remember who said it once, but one of the best quotes about like in lockdown, whenever we're doing a build or a refurb or something, it's like Pixel is always ready about half an hour after open.
Yeah, I believe I said that.
Yeah, and it was perfect. Like the wording and the timing and everything, just perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
So do we want to poke Discord and or Facebook and go, hey idiots, we're doing a thing if anybody's bored?
I think Facebook literally pokes everyone.
Because it's streamed on Facebook.
It's streaming on Facebook.
Yeah.
So I need to get in and share it then.
On yours if you want to.
Yeah.
But not on a Pixel page.
No, on
So
mine.
We'll do a Discordy doobity-doo.
I'll put a reminder in the channel that we have devoted to talking about streams.
Yeah.
What?
You can probably just do an ad, everyone. We haven't done it for a while. No?
Insufficient.
All right. Put it in announcements.
I don't want to put it in announcements.
Yeah, put it in announcements. Screw it. Don't add everybody, because putting it in announcements does the thing without force pushing it, I think.
I don't actually know if I have the power to post in announcements, but I'll check. No, I have to be a staff member.
Oh.
You'll have to, if you want to put it in announcement, Sean, you'll have to put it in an announcement. Just gonna give me the different laptop. Anyway, I don't think we've done, like, we're live, so we should probably do a formal introduction to the show.
I don't
Are
know.
we
Is anybody on yet?
Yeah.
Are we live?
You remember that? We're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Remember when I just sat there and counted down?
Because I wasn't listening to either of you. I was trying to get into Pixel.
Okay. Yeah, so when I say we're going live in and then do a countdown, that's us about to go live.
Okay, so does this mean I actually need to listen to you?
What?
Okay.
You don't need to listen to me.
No, I will. I'll listen to you. After I finish this not listening, I will listen to you. Okay?
So Sean, what have you gathered us all here today for?
For my inability to type and talk at the same time. Hey, bored at home, working from home noobs. If you're bored, jump on the intervals and come say hi. So what have I gathered you all here today for? Basically just to keep me company while I rebuild my computer. Like normally that would be like a 45-minute dealio, right? Like you pull one apart, put it back together again. But my computer is not quite that simple. It has a car radiator on it for starters. It's built with parts that were never designed to be for those other parts. The water block that's on it is from a Gen 1 i7, I think, and it's like a Gen 5 now, or something. I don't even know. But basically, we've got a camera, yeah? So we're taking it from this box and putting it in this box. This box is not exactly a new box either, so we have to take the guts out of that. I did order a new mounting bracket for that cooler for this chip, so we're just hoping everything works, and I probably will have a computer again at the end of the day that's less loud, because I built this for here, and here you can't hear it over the people and the fridges and the music and the everything. But when I took it home, when you turn it off at the end of the night, your ears are still ringing.
That's where I wear earplugs at your house when I sleep in your lounge room. Anything
Well,
near a
that's
computer.
never on.
This one's never on?
No, the
Okay.
media PC is considerably quieter than that.
Okay. Still wear earplugs.
So, yeah, anyway. The reason we're using this case, though, is A, I have it, but B, I've always loved these cases. Silverstone made these with all the ports in the top, so it's actually flipped 90 degrees. So if you look at the back of that, there's actually nothing on it. So for people who have their computer on the floor under the desk, you don't have to like crawl under all the time if you're changing things, because all the ports are just here.
That's perfect.
It's both great for me who's always changing things, and also great for airflow because hot air rises, yo. So that's where we're going into. So do I start by gutting that one or gutting this one?
I feel like...
Gut the donor, just to make sure it's all intact before we...
Yeah, I feel like gutting the donut.
And that was inevitable. All right, internet. We're just saying hi to Mum for a sec. Hello, Mum. You're on the internet.
If you're live on the internet, please don't say bugger or fuck.
Yep. Mm-hmm. What's wrong with your phone?
Tech support call.
Does it still, like, can you touch it? Does it work still? Is it just broke? The glass is or the screen is? Like, is it doing the AMOLED bleed?
Pretty sure it's currently literally just you in the chat, so.
That's okay.
Okay, cool.
And we haven't
So the
set
very
up so
first thing
the
you want
chat
to
turns
do
up on screen
is
or anything,
go and
so-
get a screen protector.
Oh, no, it's more.
So as long as the screen hasn't gone
Only
like an
people
inky
who are
purple
currently in
and
the
the
chat
actual
will probably
screen's
see
not
that.
as
Gives me-
visible,
This gives me practice.
Um,
Having not done this
then
before,
it's just the glass. So go and get a
Can
screen
people
protector
go back
first,
and read
which will keep
or
all the
once it's
glass
kind of
intact,
scrolled
and
through?
it'll mean you can use it without cutting your thumb. And we'll
I'm
have a
not
chat
100%
about
sure on
phones
every
soon.
platform, but I'm pretty sure
I
on Twitch,
bought mine at a
you only
good
see
price. It was
what's
like $600
happening.
bucks. It's a
Oh,
newer
sure.
Pixel.
Okay, alright, so really
Um,
this is totally
we'll
pointless.
have a look around and
Except
see
for
what's
typing
what's
practice.
new and cool,
Get your
but
need.
not
Okay.
today. But yeah, go and get a screen protector. All right, bye. So Mum's broken her phone,
We
just
got
the
it.
glass, and she had what I had. She had a Pixel XL2, and it was still good, and there was no reason to change it except that she's broken it. So donor first, just to make sure it's good before I
Yeah,
gut
yeah.
mine.
I think always gut the donor first because you care
Alright.
about what the parts are.
Jesus, that's the other reason I want to do this, because that's freaking heavy. Suzy, you'll be pleased to know that we're happy to fucking swear on this channel as well.
Okay,
So
awesome. That it does put my mind at ease. Actually, I don't know how to communicate without swearing.
I mean, I did literally bridge the taboo
Exactly.
in the hilarious and amusing way.
Yeah.
He was totally hilarious.
It's
I
my-
can attest to that.
It's my favorite joke of we're live on the internet. Please don't say bugger or fuck.
I'm still laughing.
Yep. Gosh.
So 90 degrees.
Do you wanna? Let's give the folks at home a nice close-up view. Do you wanna lay it down or?
What? No, we don't need to, because we've got close-up cam.
Boom. Close-up cam.
I can't see this close-up cam. Maybe I should have like a little monitor, but I don't. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
We could probably set you up with a monitor.
It doesn't matter.
But yeah, there you go. Do you want to point out what's bonkers about this build?
So this isn't the bonkers build. This is the completely normal build that I did for a mate quite a few years ago.
Oh wait, no. Okay, so in
Yeah,
my
yeah.
head, the donor is
The donor is the one that's working currently.
the donor is the bit which you're taking parts out of.
Well, I'm taking parts out of both of them.
No, but it's
But
like
yeah, I know,
you're
yeah.
keeping the parts from
That
the
makes
donor,
sense.
not the
It's too late. I've already put it on the floor. It's heavy.
yeah. No, it's fine.
So this is like a P8P67. So this would have been maybe like an i5 2500K or something like that. It's actually, like, at the time it was a really good machine. That video card came from a customer who upgraded and just sold me his card secondhand. This cooler is the biggest cooler that Noctua made at the time. It's a Noctua D14, which is ridiculously over the top. But the layout of this case is what I like, because 3 big fans in the bottom, it just blows bottom to top and it just works. And they've got like filters and shit on them, and because big fans slow, it makes less noise than small fans fast.
How old
And-
is this system? Are
Oh.
we talking modern or are we talking few years old?
Do you want to Google a P8P67?
P
P8P67 Evo, and see if you can find a release date.
67.
What?
Asus?
Yep. Well, the reps say Asus, but I say Asus still.
Okay. Can't see a release date.
I'm just going to go and grab some little cups to put some of my
Do you want me to
screws
grab
in.
them?
Yeah, if you want
What
to.
you're doing? How many do you want,
3, please.
You want
Just flat white cups.
Where do you want your monitor, Sean?
Oh, am I monitoring with delay though?
Yes, you are.
Oh, that's lame. Don't do it that way. I'll go and get a monitor.
No, it's fine. I'll go and get a monitor.
There's one right there.
I can grab it. Whereabouts is it?
Why doesn't this come out?
There's not a on the body freezer.
Yep. And just plonk it on a bar stool. I remember trying to get this in the first place. All right, so this is why this build was going to be like kind of worth interacting with. So this fan is so close to the back of this video card that I can't actually get it down far enough to get the DVI ports past the... Yes, I can, but just. I remember doing that the first time. We were so unsure as to whether or not that was actually going to fit. Anyway, AMD 5970. That is a twin GPU card. How many viewers we got, Suzy? 0?
Girl, how do I tell? None.
We've got 2 on Faceballs, 3 on Twitch.
Hey, people have
2 of
come.
the things on Twitch, though, I'm going to assume are the monitor computer that I set up for you and Suzy.
So
Yeah,
how do I tell
maybe.
in here where they are, or can't I tell? You can tell.
Who knows?
Twitch doesn't capture all of the viewers on different platforms.
Okay.
And we have 0 on YouTube, probably because I'm convinced that YouTube probably is
YouTube's probably broken. YouTube's usually broken.
always broken. And I probably shouldn't be talking when I'm away from my...
Oh yeah, that's why I got a Duvamalaki. A wandering mic. So I haven't quite even figured out how I'm gonna, what drives I'm gonna put in mine, what cages, because my computer is kind of a little bit of hardware archaeology as well. Of I can't even remember what hard drives are in it because it's been used for so many different things over the time. Has anybody said hello in chat? What's everybody doing this morning?
Nobody is talking.
Nobody's saying hi?
at the moment.
That's fair. They're probably all like,
It's a
what's
bit
this turkey
lonely.
doing?
Ask any questions that you want, guys. I do not know the answer, but Sean and Will are experts and they will know everything.
And feel free to just like talk about random shit. Like,
Talk about random shit. We love random shit here at Pixel. No question is too odd. And I still can't find the date, Sean, of the release date of the computer. But
that's all right. We'll once we get this cooler off, we'll look up the processor. That'll definitely have a release date. Oh, I loved when, I don't know if the camera can see it or not, but they started putting actual switches on the motherboard for on and reset, so that when you're bench testing shit or overclocking stuff, you don't actually have to remember which pins are the ones to jump with a pen to start a computer.
So you didn't have that when you worked at Sculptech?
Well, this is one of the machines I built in that era,
Okay.
but it was kind of only on slightly higher end boards.
So that can kind of date it a little bit then anyway, can't it?
Sort of. The fact that the word USB 3 is written in giant letters means it was cool at the time, and USB 3 is not cool anymore. Which is why this is the board that's coming out of this box. So this isn't the board we're using. This is we're just gutting this so that we can use the case.
So what do you intend using this for?
This is going to be my home computer now,
Oh, this is going to be your
Yeah.
personal PC. Okay.
which kind of gets used for a mishmash of
Everything.
spreadsheets, hopefully a little bit of video editing, playing games very occasionally, unfortunately, and I don't know, stuff. VMs, all the things that take way too much RAM.
I can tell you that on user score, it's only got a 6.8.
Oh, that's the old board we're still looking up, yeah. But that's a motherboard. Like, the motherboard's only as good as the shit you plug into it, really. Well, sort of. Nobody's talking to us in chat, Will.
Oh, hang on. Use a flathead. Note lock is telling us to use a flathead screwdriver to scrape off old thermal paste. Remember to reapply with a thick layer between the motherboard and the CPU so it's glued in nice and tight.
Ah, excellent. All right, let's go. Part of me wants to just go and get like an old shitboard out the back and do that on camera just to like appease the meme.
Plugs, Sean. I need plugs.
Plugs?
Your monitoring screen.
As in like power?
Yeah.
There should be a big long grey extension in that crate behind you, and there should also be kettle plugs in there, I reckon.
So Mad Danny, well,
Hey, Danny's here.
The search to find the actual bar's Twitch first. Okay, so there may have been a little bit of trouble people finding us.
Oh no, did
Do
we
I-
make a Discord post without actually putting a link in?
Of course I did. I assumed everyone knows what the link is.
Yeah, that's fair.
Do I know Mad Danny?
Yeah, it's Danny.
I don't know who Danny is.
Really?
Oh, Danny!
Danny with a giant laptop, Danny
Oh,
who
yeah.
knows like Avi and Ash and everybody, Danny.
Hello, Danny! Long time no see, babes.
Welcome to being doxxed on the internet, Danny.
He
Oh,
wasn't doxxed. He wasn't doxxed. He just, Sean had to remind me.
What have I missed?
Danny has just said also that Mobo comment will probably bite you in a few months when everyone changes socket requirements.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm using antiquated hardware anyway, so I'm already out.
But that makes it more fun, antiquated hardware.
Sort of. It means if I ever want to put new stuff in, I have to change everything again.
Which is just
Expensive.
Yeah.
What went the dude?
It sounded like Facebook.
No, it's a Discord.
Oh, that was a Discord Badoo.
Yes, it was.
I think you closed the lid on my laptop.
Oh no, I got your laptop lid open. Now I have.
Yeah. Come on, fan header. Why are you stuck? What camera are we on? Are we still on like computer camera?
Lower cam.
Okay.
Do you want to go to wide?
No. I don't know.
I figured for this
Ta-da!
you go to dar as you remove it from the line side of the lock.
Yeah. Ta-da!
Danny just said, now that there's an actual streamer channel in the Discord, you should probably pin a post in the Pixel Twitch link.
Ah, that actually probably makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, we'll do that. All right. Donor case out of the way for a minute while we salvage the cooler off this. And did I just yeet my microphone? No, I think we're good. Okay.
Also, I feel like you don't need to do the tippity taps in chat. In general, you can just talk to the chat, and then the chat tippity taps back to you. Or do we want
Either or. Either or.
is fine. But
But yeah, you can use your voice to reply to people in chat.
Can I do both?
Yeah.
yeah. It's just typically.
See, now we're at lockpicking lawyer chat angle. See, and it even spins. It's like it's on a Lazy Susan. Oh, there's the Lazy Susan.
Fuck you. And you were so right. I am Lazy Susan. Mad Danny. Also, have you tinkered with doing a split screen composite with multiple camera angles?
This is not something I plan on
I was
doing
gonna say,
very often at
we
all.
don't have Spielberg here.
This is one of those, I probably didn't really have time to do this week, but we're doing it anyway, because why not?
Why
Content is
not?
content. If we, I heard a nice quote about, if you're happy with the first piece of content you ever put out, then you probably spent way too long getting to it, and you should probably have put it out about 3 times sooner. So,
And we might play around with some footloose and fancy free camera angles in a bit.
but we're just going to wing it.
I'm currently trying to set up monitoring.
Notelock has just said, don't forget spend an extra $20 on RGB lights to make the PC run faster. This is due to the infrared and visible light having a faster data conversion rate compared to electricity.
I love the actual descriptions that they're shooting for, though.
Love the cut of your jib.
But for the record, in terms of RGB lighting, my stance on that is it shall be sharpied over. So the reason this is a Noctua D14 is because it uses a 140mm fan and a 120. These are both pressure fans. Noctua built two different fan designs back then. They built a pressure fan and a non-pressure fan. The non-pressure fan did better at airflow, but not when it was against a radiator.
Okay, note lock. Oh God, look at the poor state of that poor NOCGUA.
Noctua. My dirty cooler. Come on now, that's like good healthy dust. It's probably got some human flesh in there and...
Oh, delicious. Danny, I mean, you say you don't plan on doing this regularly, but we all know how you are with random tinkering around the bar. So really, you might as well just have leave a camera set up for it. I totally agree with it. Yeah, we should actually just have Pixel streaming all the time with everything that you do here. Sean.
Look, Danny, I did actually consider whether or not like the forward GoPro was the plan, and
oh
just
no,
like
motion sickness.
wander around during the day, and everybody can laugh at how much I forget what I was doing by the time I get to the other end of the shop. And
You
anyway,
want pity, sweetie. You want people to, you know.
No, but I
watch
mean,
this and
like,
feel pity.
Tinkering Cam would end up being like,
Tinkering Cam.
why is he even like doing what he was not meant to be doing 4 hours ago, and what's even going on? And
I actually think Tinkering Cam is a really good idea.
Apparently your monitoring screen is unhappy.
Happy?
Unhappy. My computer detects it.
it detects it, but have you told it to?
I have.
Oh, that's not ideal. It worked on Monday. We built Maddie's computer on the freezer on Monday.
Yes, very quickly.
He got his parts and we were like, fine, let's do it.
I found more controls on the top.
Cool.
I volunteer my computer to be upgraded next and tinkered with, like.
We just upgraded your computer.
But no doubt it needs another upgrade. That was like 6 months ago.
That's true.
Yeah.
Will, would you pass me some wipey wipes, please? Just the box. Maybe?
Okay, Mad Danny is replying to Notelock. Oh please, you either go the premium stuff for $30 or $40. Otherwise, you should only have to spend around $12 for the Luma Bling. Ooh, bling.
All right, Susie, you ready to figure out how old this machine is?
Yes, I've already worked it out. It looks like it's 2011, I think.
All right, so this
So give us another
processor
go. Yep.
is a... I was on the right series. It's an i7 2600K,
Oh god. i7.
which is
i7
Sandy
what?
Bridge dash
i7 dash.
2600K.
600. Okay.
For those of you playing along at home, the K SKU was the one with the unlocked multiplier. So when you wanted to crank up them jiggly hertz, you didn't have to frontside bus it. You could just go plus, 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 page up, let's go.
Okay, under launch date, it says Q1,
Q1.
yep, dash 11.
Yep, so like
2011?
first quarter of 2011.
Yeah. Ah, I've never seen that before. There we
Yeah.
go. 2011. All right, so that's 10 years old.
Thank you. Hey, now I can frame it better. Never mind, it's pretty good actually.
Yeah, I was going to tell you. I would tell you if your framing was terrible, Sean. You can trust me to be brutally honest.
It's
So
true.
Incognito Penguino has entered the chat. The classic red heatsink rip jaws. Best non-RGB heatsink in all range.
You're damn right, and these were the right price as well. Like the reason we used these all the time was they were consistently like 10 or 20 bucks a kit cheaper than the Kingstons and Corsairs and stuff, and they didn't fail. They were great. All right, that is PC out. So this board and everything will still work, but I wanted the cooler. What do we got? 4 gig sticks. 4s. Do I need 4s for anything? 4, 8, 12. So we run 12 in our PCs here. We run, that camera is on low light compensation still because it's really jolty.
I don't think it is.
No? All right.
pretty certain I've got this one set up properly. I'll double check.
What am I doing?
Okay, Mad
It
Danny.
definitely isn't.
Oh, okay.
Hot take. Just leave
Does it look
Pixel
less
cameras
jitty over there?
live streaming.
Yeah,
We
it's
get
less
endless
jittery,
content
yeah.
and you get
Okay.
cheap security from insomniac nerds. You know how to who know how to locate XP. That is such a great idea. Yeah, but then again, if you're just leaving it streaming and everybody's asleep, what is there to watch?
No,
The
no, no,
ghosts
no,
of
no, no,
Pixel?
no.
The point is, whoever's always awake will just have the camera on in the background,
So
and
that
and
if
be
somebody,
our
like,
live
breaks
security.
in-
Ah, okay. Great idea. Danny, he is so full of good ideas.
There we go. We'll go back to wide cam for a little bit.
So now we get to see whether or not Sandy Bridge was actually the same spacing, and I probably didn't even need to buy the Nokia adapter that I bought for my new chip, because this Intel boy has all 3 different spacing holes, and I reckon is going to work just fine. So I might only need to go rummaging for my thermal goop. Whoops. Oh well.
So, Sean, for people like me who know nothing about computers, how difficult would this be for the novice, for the layperson? I mean, you make it all look really simple.
Look, Matty asked me the other day, he's like, is this just Lego? Can I put it all together? And I kind of said to him, well, kinda. Yeah, sorta. But then he watched me trying to like pair up the reset button and the power LEDs and all the bits that go on the board that you kind of need to look up in the book if you don't really know what you're just doing, and it can be a little bit daunting if you're not happy to sort of spend the time. So
So
can
is this where
a
YouTube-
scrubbo build a computer by themselves? Yes, absolutely.
And is this where YouTube would be their friend?
Will it take you 5 hours to do?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yep.
Will the same thing take me 45 minutes to do? Probably. Not because I'm good at anything, but because
because
I've
you
done it
know-
1,000 times.
But you know
Exactly.
what you need to be really careful with and what you don't need to
Exactly.
be really careful with. Whereas the novice is going to be like, oh, very gingerly putting this
Yeah.
thing in. Where it's like, no, the way you put this in is snap.
Ryan is hardware knowledgeable, but not hardware practiced.
I love
so
watching Ryan watch you build things because he just looks
he gets horrified, yeah. Because he watched me build Tessa's machine in 1/5 of the time, and that's not a neg against Ryan. Kudos on him actually building his own machine.
Yeah.
But because similar sort of hardware, and I was just like, hack slash, bang, 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 it's all done.
Yeah.
It freaked him the hell out because he wasn't used to it.
It's
So-
like your mum with cooking. She knows what she's doing, so she
Yeah.
can beat things out very quickly, whereas somebody who doesn't know how to cook would be, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We have got,
We've acknowledged Danny's request for some multi-screen action.
Yeah, we're not picturing though, and none of that bullshit.
okay, so Mad Danny, that's why you get the RGB lights, stuff to watch outside of business hours, incognito. With the 2600K, that'd be DDR3, right?
Correct.
Something like a 13 megahertz. You can get
We
up
put
to like-
1600s in it.
So you can get up to 5,000 megahertz now. Insane how fast stuff has gone.
Yeah, right.
Incognito. Hardware install is easy. Cable management isn't.
Gosh, cable.
And I
management's-
guess that's probably if you want to change cameras for me.
Yeah.
So for me, this is kind of like minimum cable management expectation. So this is behind the board that nobody's ever going to see. It's out of the way. It's not actually going to be a problem. And before I took the board out, you could see that nothing was going across the thing. It's all behind and out the corners. So it's not as pretty as people that are going to like individually sleeve their power supply cables looking at you, Toby. But it's adequate and it's functional, and for a build that I'm building for myself, that's literally as far as I'm ever going to get.
Suzy,
back to
could
the
I
cam.
get you to put your head in the position where it is when you're reading?
Like when I'm reading is
Yep.
here.
Okay, now can I get you to move the microphone so it's in front of your face when you're in that position?
No idea why that screw was so tight.
Just because You're very quiet when you're talking to chat because you're reading and talking to chat.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, that's much
Okay.
better. Thank you.
So Danny says no chance. Danny says it's Lego with a small chance of very expensive electrocutions. Note lock, no chance at all if you're smart enough not to plug it in while you're building.
I've never actually seen anybody have electrical fail at this voltage because it's all like 12 volt and under at this point. It's kind of really pretty chill. The only electrical fail I've ever actually seen was when I worked at CPL. There was some customers who were professionals who bought a machine, put it together, came back and went, oh, this doesn't work. And we're like, who built it? They're like, oh, we built it. And we cracked the side and they hadn't used standoffs between the case and the board.
No!
So normally you get these little sort of small little nut-like things that separate the case from the board. You can see it on the inside of this one. I'll point it out when we get that far.
Yeah.
But what that does is it stands the motherboard off the case. And because they hadn't used those, all the pointy silver bits that are conductive were fouling against the metal case. So everything was bridged to itself.
Oh, okay.
And of course,
Which is an excellent way to just short your
Yeah.
entire
it
motherboard.
literally just fucked everything immediately and nothing worked. And we're like, you're buying a new motherboard. No warranty, goodbye.
Note lock is sounding horrified at the moment.
Yeah, there's some stories if you work in computer shops.
And Mad Danny, try working in an old school where you have to keep hot swapping random bits and the real risk is that carcinogenic green dust accumulating inside the chunky beige cases.
Green dust?
I do hope that's no longer a thing anymore.
Where the hell is green dust coming from?
Danny, where is green dust coming from?
The best I ever had
Is
was
that silicon green? Like the...
Oh. Gee, I hope not. I mean, I inhaled a lot of that when I made the sign in the loo.
Oh.
Anyway.
You're fine.
Oh, we're not even using this power supply. Damn it. All right.
Mad Danny, let me guess, they also forgot that thermal paste is a thing?
I'm pretty sure they used the stock cooler on that one, so it wasn't too bad. But I have seen thermal paste leaking out the sides as well. One of my least favorites was... I didn't realize this stream was going to turn into just cringe computer shop stories.
No,
but
it was definitely going to turn into cringe
Totally.
computer stop stories. I could have told you that was the thing that was going to happen. Oh yeah, that's right. I was trying to get a link to
the guy brings computer into computer shop. Hey, my computer's overheating. The first sort of red flag was he smelt.
He did himself.
He smelt like a gross, sweaty nerd.
So we're bitching about people's hygiene right now?
Well, we are, because wait for it.
Okay.
Opened his computer, and the filth was so thick in the processor fan that the fan was like grinding through it, and it was just actually blowing air at a solid mass of what I imagine was human filth and cigarette smoke buildup. It was tarry. Like, you touched anything in there and you had this layer of like disgusting...
That's just, okay, stop. People might be trying to eat during this.
Not anymore.
Delicious.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I flip cans while I go for a wander?
Do I want to what, sweetie?
No, that was for me.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry I can't offer everybody listening to this a cuppa, but I'm offering us a cuppa. Will, would you like
Oh,
another
hell yeah.
cuppa?
Yes, please.
Same as before?
Yes, please.
Sean, what would you
Yes,
like,
please.
sweetie? Tea or coffee?
Can I have a double, please?
You certainly can.
Oh, so that means I actually have to pay attention to chat now?
Yeah,
Ugh.
I'm sorry, sweetie, you have to pay attention to chat.
Oh, one thing I don't like. So these twisty ties are metal on the inside, and if you're not careful, they will fuck stuff up. I wonder if Maddie's probably at work. He won't be listening to us talk about his Monday build that we rushed through?
Maybe. Maddie did heart the post, so
He's
maybe.
probably just glad we're doing it.
Maybe.
Shame I haven't got my compressor here anymore. Oh, and also that microphone cable. Let's get you off the table. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, I've also actioned the request to pin the Pixel Twitch
Yay, thank you for that.
to the stream channel.
Thank you for that suggestion, Mr. Danny. Oh, damn
God,
it. That is
I like
actually
how
tagged up.
Lachlan has done our job for us by posting a general with the link.
Ooh.
I'm a consummate professional.
You may be a consummate professional, but I consume professionalism and shit out randomness.
Suzy, no, Lockie asks for a matzo mango. Can you just... Not Lockie asks for a matzo mango. Could you just get that to them?
I will absolutely. I will psychic that to them right now.
Oh, I'm actually not sure if that came on the Paramount order this week. Wait, that's due today. What day is it? Thursday?
Today's Thursday.
Well, we'll find out whether or not we can fulfill that request later, Lockie. Tune in live as the Paramount delivery comes, and we'll see whether or not Ryan listened and put it on the list.
Oh, gosh.
This is the other fun part of doing this on a Thursday. Let's see which reps and random appointments I set for Thursday that I forgot about.
Why is my Twitch page in light mode? It's burning my face.
Yeah.
There we go. That's better.
For anyone who doesn't know, this is the best format of power supply. Part modular. I think full modular is dumb. Having the 24-pin be modular is completely useless. Everybody needs it. Having the 8-pin motherboard be modular is completely useless. Everybody needs it. Everything else should be modular, apart from maybe like a PCI Express power. But this is my favorite. So these ones are hardwired. Everything else is modular. So when this gets used next time, we're going to yeet half of it. And that's basically case. So I'm going to leave all those SATAs and stuff there until I figure out how we're going to put the new stuff in. But essentially, I kind of wanted to have a quick look at whether or not we can reseat this little bit of plastic that's decided it doesn't want to be there. But I'm not really sure. Oh yeah, there we go. Screws. I'm surprised nobody's yelled at me for using a drill yet.
I think most of our Pixel community has just gotten over what madness is. Gosh, how do I pop out chat?
You press the little configgy button, and then you scroll down in those options, and then pop out chats all the way at the very bottom.
Because I've gotten so used to using, gosh, what is my new preferred open broadcast that isn't OBS?
Streamlabs?
Streamlabs. I've gotten so used to using Streamlabs. Pop out chat. That now that I'm not using Streamlabs, it's
Oh, that's not going to go back together. That's a little bit sad.
that's not what I wanted.
This was intact when I inherited it, and then it got a little bit abused because it sat on the floor in the kitchen for a while. Who'd have thought? Probably not the best place to keep cases.
The big Braddles has turned up. Exciting new computer time. It's not a new computer. It's two old computers being Frankenstein together.
I actually forgot. It's probably going to end up being 3.
Oh gosh, even more. Excellent. They can't wait until they can build/upgrade to their current computer without a new GPU. And Lockie has indeed conceded that he's given up on yelling at you for how you tinker with your tech.
Hey, Sean's awesome. He doesn't need to be yelled at for how he tinkers with his tech. It's perfect.
I think everyone's kind of given up with that ever since they discovered that you just took a buzzsaw to a whole bunch of motherboards.
Yeah, it was where I learnt to get really good with an angle grinder.
So the big bradles, exciting.
I've already covered that one.
You've already covered it? Okay, but did you do it in my dulcet tones?
No, I did it in my dulcet.
melodious tones.
I did it in my dulcet and melodious tones.
I will have a dulcet tone off with you one day.
Alright, so this is fucked.
The audio is delayed a bit? What? I hope not, because we're not going to be able to fix that. There's going to be a big delay between, like, broadcast and stuff, but I don't think there's... Gosh, actually, I'll just pay really close attention to our replay.
Alright. So this is supposed to look like that.
No, I don't think there's a delay.
Do you wanna go to second cam for me?
Broadcam or close cam?
Oh, we're on close cam, aren't we?
Yes.
So this is supposed to look like this. With that bit goes there, and it doesn't anymore. And it's supposed to have little leggy bits that go in there, and it doesn't do that either. So I'm just going to leave that out and maybe fill it with silicon one day. In the meantime, these plastic shards probably want to get out of here. Do you guys want to close your faces for a sec?
Yep. Do you have any compressed air? Air?
No, I used to have my compressor here, and I don't anymore. That would have been good for stream audio.
Maybe we just need to buy a can of it then.
Nah, it's too expensive.
That's not how Sean works.
It's inefficient.
He'd prefer to make himself one.
Oh, I wonder if you could use a keg.
Sean.
How much compressed air do you reckon you could get in a keg?
You can get a lot of compressed air in a keg, Sean.
All right.
I wonder how many people are face palming right now.
Oh yeah, that's like.
Yeah, Tess just said, Sean, no.
But why?
Gosh.
They're designed. They're pressure vessels. Like, maybe not as high a pressure as I'm thinking, but you know. Ooh, I could just use my I've got an old CO2 cylinder that's not refillable. That's probably more logical.
Yeah.
That'd actually be really handy. And just hook up a...
I mean, it'd work.
It's basically just a giant compressed air reusable can that you don't need a compressor.
Yeah.
The big bradles, the two states of tech, working and fucked.
Oh yeah. This is fine. Okay. All right, anyway, so case. This is about as good as it's going to get. One day we might just put some white silicon in there. Silicon's not conductive. It'll basically just be that and make illumination. Yay. All right, so this one goes down for a bit. Yeah.
Gosh, which computer has the pixel this is fine meme on it? Is it this one? Can I quickly...
It should be in the Discord, I think. Oh, I don't know. All right, on to the main event. Also known as the heavy fucker.
Gosh, can you show close-up cam the car radio?
Yeah, good plan. All right, let's just get this side off first. Hang on.
I remember when you made this, Sean, with the
Which
radiator.
time?
The first time you put the radiator on it, I was just...
Are you sure?
In the last 10 years?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, because unless you had already made it and just showed me for the first time.
Maybe that.
Because this kind of really showed me who you were as a person.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, in a good, scary way. Scary and good at the same time.
Okay, so for the internet, just
Oh
in
my God,
case we
there's a
ever
bottle
cut
of
this
Jack
together.
Daniels on the back. I just saw that.
Yeah, that's the water reservoir.
So
Oh my God.
the story for anyone who hasn't already heard it, this is a 1989 Ford Laser radiator because I used to have a 1989 Ford Laser. And right before my car died, I put a new radiator in it. When we took it to the wreckers, that was the one bit I kept because I knew it wasn't that old. And then one of my mates who I used to work with at Scorptech had this case and wasn't using it anymore. And he's like, I'm culling some of my old shit. Do you want this? And I'm like, sure, why not? I'll probably use it one day. Lo and behold, same size as the radiator. I inherited a Gen 1 i7 that I didn't have a cooler for, but found a water block
I just want to point
for it.
out that chat is losing its mind.
Yes!
Why? Surely
put a
everybody's
car-
heard this story by now.
I'm pretty sure everyone has, but still.
Tess, this is literally the most cursed thing I've ever seen, and I love
Also,
it.
Sean, you managed to go through all of that without showing your water reservoir.
Oh, whoops.
Yes,
we'll get there in a
gotta
minute.
see it.
So,
This is the most Mad Max PC building I've heard of. That's from the big Bradles.
yeah, damn right.
Yeah.
Like, surprise not. So the radiator fit basically, right? It's the same outer size. We just had to cut a big old. I'm just gonna unclip this camera for a sec. Hang on. Sorry about shaky cam, everybody. So we had to cut a hole there for the big old radiator tube to come through. So that was fine. And then we just step it down to water cooling pipe with, like non-water cooling fittings. Doesn't matter. There's a bit of irrigation stuff there. There's a bit of cast. It's fine. Anyway, so the water block that I found was cheaper than buying a proper cooler. And I'd always been curious about doing this, so we just did it. It returns through a fat ass pipe, and the pump just sort of sits on the ground there because we couldn't get enough angle on it to get it mounted anywhere well because of the gigantic, again, radiator pipe that you may or may not be able to see back there. Oh, this is such a bad angle. How do I get there? No, we're not going to get it. But anyway, I didn't have an angle grinder back then, so there's like some pretty hack job chunks taken out of this to be able to make things fit. And look, my machining skills have come away since then, so I'm not really proud of this anymore. This is kind of a. It was good at the time, but it is what it is now. At the time we built it, it also had a video card in the loop. The cooler on the video card was designed for a 8800 GTS. 8800 GTS being, somebody want to Google that and see how old that is?
Okay, hang on.
It was the 640 meg edition.
Okay, you're going to have to repeat all of that again for me.
So
What am I-
8800
Chat's just seen the
Zero,
chat.
zero.
GTS.
GTS.
Yep. Space 640 MB. So I bought that cooler when it was on Crazy Special one day and never ended up using it on that card. So by the time I ended up putting it on the 580 that I inherited as well, I had to grind so much aluminium out of it to make clearance around other bits that were on the 580 that weren't on the 8800. But it fit and it worked for years and it was beautiful. And when this machine was running as designed, it was so quiet because there's so much surface area that the fan basically didn't have to spin. So, the thing I forgot when I first did it though was thermal expansion, and didn't have a reservoir or an expansion tank or anything like that in it originally. So,
Release date, by the way, 2006.
okay, so 2006 was the video card that I bought my water block for my video card off. It wasn't the age of the video card that it went off, but anyway, this is giving you like a time scale, all right? Yes, some of you were like born in 2001 and are allowed to drink now, motherfuckers. Anyway, so because I didn't have an expansion tank, it ended up leaking on the back of my video card, and it was fine. It actually was never ever a problem. That video card ended up living for a really long time. It actually still works. It's just too old to be useful. But it dawned on me why it had leaked, and hence why we put an overflow tank in. Didn't want to buy one, so little tiny JD bottle. We'll swing back around there. Hang on.
Hang on,
I'll just move the damn camera.
Notelock said, I repress the memory of this. How dare you bring this Lovecraftian-esque horror machine in front of my eyes again?
So this is gardening hose, sprinkler hose, drilled into the original JD cap. One long one to be the water pickup, and one short one to be the return. So, you know, it's fine, right? Like, no worries. And I shouldn't have cut that, because now I have to go and get another cable tie.
You just knocked that in without short noticing as well.
What's happening?
Nothing!
What am I getting yelled at for?
You're not. We're just finding this very, very amusing.
And that's kind of... I felt like this machine needed a send-off, and...
Totally. Oh, hang on. Send off a reincarnation.
Well... Yes.
Or zombie. You can't get rid of it.
Can you swap mics for me for a sec? I need to go and find cable ties.
Okay. Yep.
All right, so it's not going to exist at home. It's too damn heavy and too damn loud. I'm not pulling the water loop apart. So if there is ever a purpose to use this machine again, we will. But for the time being, it's going to sit on the shelf.
But can't you just use it as a decoration of some sort? Like, think steampunk.
Hey, my cable tie box.
Chuck a bit of copper on it and make it a steampunk decoration.
No, it's just hideous.
I'll do it at
Like,
my house.
Without a story attached. It's like, what the fuck is this? Like, why you...
It's a mystery. I'll have it at my house. And Tess wants to know, hey, if you're doing a computer tech stream, can I bring my PC in and can you tell me why suddenly my computer can't run 3 things at the same time
Software
anymore?
is boring? No.
Software is boring, Tess, sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool. So I found my cable ties. We will have that conversation at some point. Why can't your computer run more than 3 things at a time? Is it doing Windows updates in the background?
Okay. Tess, I'm assuming you heard that.
If you can get back to me with an answer with that, we'll progressively troubleshoot you over time.
Okay. And Danny wants to know, does that rig need to be retired or exercised?
Exercise, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bring the sacred oils.
That's what I was thinking too.
All right. Because we're not killing it,
I think we need a tech priest, not a witch, for this one.
You're totally right. I can't do tech exorcism.
But we're using mineral oil, right?
No.
We're submerging it in mineral oil?
No. We're going to use the holy unguents, and I will speak in binary cant.
Ooh.
That is so cool. Okay.
All right.
Sean's teaching me binary.
And I'll wear my red robes of the Mechanicus.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, am I allowed to keep pulling this apart?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you be allowed to keep pulling it apart, Sean?
I don't know, because it was story time.
Oh, Mad Danny, run holy water through the coolant pipes?
No, again, like...
It's currently
Wrong
using
religion.
car radiator fluid.
Wrong
We're
religion.
we're non-denominational here, Danny.
No. We're specifically going to be using omniscient worship to exercise this machine.
Exercise?
Because I don't think anything else works. If you wanna fix tech, you need to get a tech priest.
So, this has some random ass hardware in it that doesn't need to go back in the next build. This video card is fine, but I'm going to change it because AMD streaming is garbage, and it's considerably newer, but about as powerful as a 970. So I'm going to swap it for a 970 that's here, because the 970, because here we don't use network streaming, so it's not going to matter.
Tess reckons that the computer is cooked because it needs a clean or something, probably gross and full of cat hair.
Well, I trust in your ability to crack the side off and have a look.
And also, speaking of GPUs,
This thing.
Who here wants to buy Lucky's 1080 Ti?
Not for what he wants for it.
While prices are incredibly inflated.
All right, so this video card I bought during the first lockdown for like $80. I had a look recently and they're reselling them new for like $400 and something. It's ridiculous because stupid inflation. Quad Nick, because eventually this machine will probably end up going back to being my my overkill network ingest streaming machine for when we try and do 5v5 CS 20s and stuff. Wi-Fi for convenience. I try not to use it when I can. And because this is an older board as well, its USB 3 implementation is fucked. In fact, most of its USB is fucked. And trying to run webcams for streaming drop out after about 20 minutes on the on most of the onboard controllers. So it's got 2 aftermarket USB controllers in here as well, so that we could run cameras that wouldn't drop out all the time. And this is why you need to have a full-size motherboard with all the slots and all the bandwidth if you're a monster like me, because you end up filling freaking everything. And this is the current iteration. Previously, this machine had 2 video cards in it when it was on the end of the bench with the 5 monitors around it, just so that we could get all the monitors plugged in.
Danny is hoping, I suspect in vain, that the 3070s are going to be more reasonable by the time Intel creates another competitive CPU.
I was looking at the title, but I didn't read the article yet, of apparently there's more 3080 or 3070 stock on the way, but apparently they're going to be worse. Which confused me, and I don't know what that's about.
The second part to that message was also hoping that Intel doesn't completely balls up their next line of CPUs again, like they've done the last few times.
What's wrong with the 10s? I actually heard really good things about the 11s. Mostly in laptops, though, I suppose.
Yeah, in laptops I think it's fine. I think in CPUs it's a little bit less fine. Also, you're currently on wide cam because the big reflective panel on close cam is making the shot incredibly dark.
Oh, the white?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
And I can't fix that because it's just outside light reflecting off it.
You can if you want to come and pick it up.
Pick what up?
Do you want to just pull this out if I lift
I
the
can do
PC?
it.
No. It's not the thing underneath. It's the reflective panel.
Oh, this bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay. Whoopsie.
Note lock, AMD all the way.
And Stores reckons the new integrated graphics is good.
For playing Age of Empires, yes. I will give you that.
Does AOE really need that much integrated graphics?
They're building a new one, aren't they?
Are they?
I think so.
Mad Danny, solid performance but major heat from just brute forcing the old build process, compared to AMD's current sweet spot that has the same performance at like 1/3 of the power draw.
Maybe. Are we talking about video cards still or processors?
I think we're talking about
processors?
Processors.
Oh, okay, fine.
Also, Stores reckon now that's a case. But I think Stores is relatively new, so Stores missed the fact that this thing is being cooled by a bloody car radiator.
Let me do the quick pivot.
Model.
Yep.
The quick pivot.
There we go. Oh.
Oh,
we're using that camera.
No, it's fine.
There you go.
No,
There you go.
wait. I can go back to close
1989 Ford Laser, boys.
Okay, Stores is impressed. Yep.
You shouldn't be. It's garbage.
Well, when
and
I say impressed, he
on
said
the back.
wow, so that can
There
be
we
horrible.
go. There's our little overflow radiator tank.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Where's the Jack
Oh, you'll
Daniels
see the
bottle?
sludge if you're not careful. I haven't done a proper radiator flush. I just top it up every now and then for the last, 11 years. Yeah.
Love it
Jeff
so
the
much.
sheep. It's not garbage. It's beautiful.
Yes, it is.
All right. Yeah. Back to dismantling. Now, here is another little thing that I'd like to highlight, if I can go to close camera for a minute.
Disturbingly beautiful.
Okay,
Yes.
we're going to close scan.
So, SSDs have no moving parts. Therefore, if you end up needing to just string them together and plonk them in the bottom of your case, they'll be fine for years. Don't worry about it. Pro tips from Sean. And look at this. I even like cable tied the power bits together so that they'd sit in like nice sandwich manner, just down there in the pile of dust. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Note lock. It's a demonic hellscape of metal and brute force. DIY. It needs to burn. No.
It's fine. It
It can't burn.
Awesome.
It's full of water.
No.
it's burn resistant. Intel's new hybrid config should solve a lot of the issues, but only if it works as planned. Not like their interim attempts of backporting to their 14 nanometer fabs.
They're moving on from FinFET, aren't they?
Yes, I think they are.
Metal and brute force DIY. What more do you want though? I mean, that is awesome.
So here's an example of what I was talking about with, are we on close cam still?
Yep.
All right, let's see if we can get in there. I need
Sean,
a little bit of torchy light.
You can, in theory, just look at the...
There's a gigantic case in the way, I'm sorry.
I know.
Sean is the sort of person that we want around when the apocalypse hits. Trust me on this.
So this is an example of what I was whinging about before with fully modular is the word I'm after. Fully modular power supplies. Like, why does that 24 pin need to be modular? I'm always going to need that. It's just taking up space and being dumb and fat. Anyway.
Let's see if I can get a royalty-free jazz mix in the background.
I mean, yes, I'm going to take it out now because it's there, but I'd rather not. USB. Oh, I might even try and get some front USB 3 in my new build. Oh, not that I'll need to because it'll be in the top. It's fine. All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. So part of the problem, and I think why this is so loud, is you might have seen earlier we're using the big... Oh, man, lighting is really a problem. Let's get that torch again. Because we're using the big radiator hose, down the bottom, it's more of an issue getting the curve in, because on that radiator it comes in on towards the front of the case angle, so it had to make quite a sharp U-turn to be able to get into the box. And so where it attaches to the pump wants to like lean out to the side of the case, so it makes a fair bit of vibration, and it never got mounted properly. And I tried to just shove a bunch of foam in it, and it wasn't really enough. And yeah, anyway, so that's kind of why it was not ideal. And I've just had a nightmare of a thought, Will. I can't remember if these screws go through the back of the case or not. I don't think they do. It's fine. It'll be fine.
Danny says, if you want a demonic system that really burns, check out some of the recent Dell pre-builts that pair high-end Intel CPUs and NVIDIA GPUs, but with excessively cut-down heat sinks and PSUs not related to the part requirements.
Oh, Danny, I've got exactly the right meme to show you about that. I'm sorry, this is going to be a really boring minute while I find something. And rather than post it on the stream, I'm literally going to hold my phone up to the camera like a garbage baby. But here it is. Here it is.
Gosh.
Oh, that doesn't work at all. No, I just regret doing this at all. But basically, the Dell pre-builts at the moment are literally just parts bins for people buying them and putting them in their real computers. So I don't begrudge them skimping on hardware to put out a cheaper thing, because people are just pulling them apart and using them for a different purpose. I know that is bad for consumers that don't do that, but you know, it is what it is.
There we go. We've got some jazz. We've got some jazz in the background. Sorry for the real hard cut-in. Let's turn down that jazz a little. None of us can hear the smooth jazz in the background, but you know. At least At least chat has some nice stuff that can be pumped into their ear holes.
So, we've told the story of this case. Let's move on to the story of this PC in its current form. This...
in before Facebook mutes the video again. So Facebook's muting the videos.
Yeah, this is theoretically royalty-free music, so it shouldn't mute it. And I was curious about whether it was even worth running the risk of having to.
It's royalty free, so it shouldn't get muted.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, so this chip I inherited from a customer who had a dead board, and he's like, we're upgrading everything, we're never going to use this, do you want it? I'm like, yep, sure, why not? It lived on the shelf for a while. When my previous streaming PC was not doing its job, I went and had a look in the parts cupboard for what we had, and I looked at that chip and I'm like, oh, if only I could buy a board for this. And they were kind of out of series by then, so it had been replaced. But I looked on Gumtree and someone had one with bent pins because people are idiots and shouldn't build computers. So I bought his bent pins computer for like $40. Bent pins motherboard, sorry, for $40. Took it up to Sculptech to one of the guys that I remember used to be good with fine tweezers and a magnifying glass. He straightened it out, we put the chip in it, and bada bing, bada boom. Hyper-threaded hexacore, SLI, fancy pants, let's go, slightly old i7 for like $40. So that's where this pile of shit came from.
So that you can show him whatever you need to show him.
Yeah, ideally. Yeah, he won't be here until like 5:30, 6 o'clock because he's got his normal job.
Okay, peeps and baseballs, let me know if you get muted, and I'll turn the smooth jazz off, just in case. I think this is definitely the sort of stream which a little bit of background music would go a long way.
Yeah, I agree. I did wonder whether or not people would probably just have their own music on in the background though. Screw it. So, taking a board out sideways is not ideal, but because there's a radiator on the back of this, I can't exactly lay it down. And I'm trying to remember which one I've missed. There it is.
Yeah, Danny agrees, buy an entire box of e-waste because it's the cheapest way to get all kinds of different things. And I think that's all of the chat that we haven't really covered.
And there we go. One liberated motherboard. You can go over there for a minute. So I'm just going to leave that in there, basically. If we ever put another thing in it, it makes sense to just leave the loop intact. The pump's still good. I might use the fan controller again, depending what's in the Raven, I can't remember. But yeah, anyway.
Sorry chat, the jazz is going to disappear for a sec because I actually want to know what it's outputting as. I'm going to see if I can fix it so that I can hear it.
You are small threads. This 1000-watt power supply. Here we go. Here's another fun fact. This will horrify some more people who know what they're on about. Back in the day of Pixel being young and spry, we underestimated how expensive all the paperwork to open a damn business was and ran out of budget for buying better computer stuff. So the first iteration of PCs at Pixel were behind the wall in a server rack, and you had to turn them on in order because
Oh, yes, I remember this.
because PC number 1 had this 1000-watt Corsair power supply in it, which was powering 4 video cards, 3 of which weren't in PC 1. So you turn it on first, and then the next ones that have their own power supplies for their board chip and RAM, but their GPUs were being powered by the PSU in number 1. So if anybody ever turned off number 1, 4 computers went out. It worked, surprisingly. Would not recommend. Probably not great for any of the hardware, but you know, these things are made by, I think these are Silverstone ones. I can't remember, but somebody makes like, bye. Somebody makes these in a really good factory somewhere, and they just live and they just work. So kudos to this 1000-watt power supply that did better than it always should have.
Jeff the Sheep wants to know, what's the RAM in that thing?
Not enough. This is a quad-channel RAM board. We've only got 2 sticks in it at the moment because we're putting. The idea was to fill it full of 16s because it's going to be the video editing machine. So I think it's got 32 gig of RAM across 2 sticks. It is DDR4 though. It's the only machine in the shops that's DDR4.
It's like an old adventure game. Activate the doodads in the right order to allow access, otherwise you get a bad noise and the puzzle would reset.
It's just like that.
Gosh.
So is there enough archaeology gold here to be bothered ever clipping this down into a Computer Story Times actually edited video?
I hope not, because I have not recorded this.
Nah, we'll be able to get the VOD off
Yeah.
Twitch if we want. It won't be as good, but these things are amazing, by the way.
We could definitely grab we can probably trim it down
Yeah.
and put it on the YouTube.
Not sure where this one came from, but this thing, little button, drive cage, bibbity boop, love it. Yeah, wrong camera, doesn't matter, whatever. For when you've got too many hard drives and you're in and out all the time, does recommend. And
Okay, we're on the close camera now for you, Sean.
cool. So, little button, pull the handle. This is just the best built one of these that I've come across. It lets you get 5 drives in 3 5.25s. Not that people use full-size hard drives anymore, but if you do, it's great. And something else I recommend is if you are doing this sort of shit, write the model number of your drive on a sticker on the front so that when you're looking at them in Device Manager or Disk Manager or whatever, it's pretty easy to tell which drive is which so that you don't end up having to play the game of unplug one, turn the machine on, was that the right drive? Whoops, no, I've just unplugged Windows. And stuff like that. But anyway, so that's going back in the new one. What else do I need to harvest out of here? Power supply cables. You. Let's go into the fan controller. Anyway, has anybody got anything interesting? What's going on, Chatland? Anybody got any
Gosh, we're up to like
fun conversation topics?
14s of viewers.
I've got SATA cables for days in here. I don't think these were even all plugged in. They were just like in there from different iterations of power supplies when I couldn't bother finding them. For the record, I build my computers very differently to how I build everybody else's computers. Like I said to Maddie the other day, I'm like, this is how I'm doing your computer, not how I would do my computer.
Yeah, gosh, I definitely, when I was building computers for a shop, I definitely did it differently to how I do it for when I'm building computers for myself.
Yeah, but which way? Did you build nicer for other people or?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Because I was going to say that could go either way. Like if you're building CPL slapdash machines, you just do whatever, and then when you build yours, you actually do it nice. But when you're building like $4,000 worth of Scorptec Stinger or whatever they were at the time,
Yeah.
And that's it. That weighs a little bit less, but it's still a heavy bastard.
It's almost as if slapping a car radiator on it is going to add a lot of weight.
Funny that. So, this board,
Oh yeah, look, it's still in close cam.
boopity boop. Oh, that's, oh golly, let's get a bit more of this. Here we go. I forget how wide this camera is. So this board
Hello and welcome to the Lockpicking Lawyer.
is, that's a fat thread. This board is cool, and the reason I like this board for what we tend to do with it is it has a lot of bandwidth. So
Can you do this entire talk in a Lockpicking Lawyer parody?
I can't do the accent.
Oh, okay.
Mainstream boards, like the 2600K that we pulled out of the other one, is what I consider mainstream, and it doesn't have the PCI Express lanes and the bandwidth to be able to actually have full speed cards in all the slots. So when we built this, the reason we built this machine this way is so that we could have multiple video cards and a quad NIC and a capture card and this and that, and it would all have enough CPU bandwidth to actually get there. That means it also has quad channel RAM. This board has 8 RAM slots. It can take 16 gig sticks, which I think these are. Yep. So there's currently 32 gig of RAM in only 2 sticks of RAM in here, and it can take 8 is what, 128?
Yeah, something like that.
So I can get 128 gig of RAM in this machine, which for what we were going to do with it is great, and we still may actually do that at some point. The chips are physically bigger as well in the enthusiast stuff, and you never get onboard video. So I don't know, there's like, I really appreciate that these chips exist, and I feel like it's almost like the enthusiast version of the server SKU chips. But there is always like a price bump to get to the Dira platform. Why did I just undo that? That chip's staying in there. Maybe because I wanted to get more goo off it. Yeah, I'll do that. So as you can tell, I probably put a little bit too much goo on this, or whoever did it that was maybe before me, but I think it was probably me, so I'll just blame me.
Yeah, let's blame Sean.
Yeah. This stuff's usually not conductive, so it's not the end of the world if you get a little bit of overspew, but you try and keep it on the chip.
Gosh, I think we've almost got, like, for the when you were doing the scrape, we could have almost gone into ASMR mode. Actually, we probably can still do it.
I can get the mic nice and close if you like.
Yeah, get the mic nice and close, and I'll do my ASMR voice. Okay, so now we're going to clean up all of the goo that's left over from Sean being bad at assembling computers. Sean has made a very bad mess and left goo all over the place. It's going to require.
That's it. I need to turn
cleaning.
it. Sorry. Not happening.
Okay, there you go. We've
Now you can hashtag ASMR at least.
I don't know if it was as boosted for everyone else as it was for me. Maybe it's just because my headphones are a ludicrously sensitive array. It didn't look like it was
Peeking out.
on the strum.
So what I'm doing here, I would not recommend. I'm pushing and poking at this chip with it not seated properly, but that's just because I wanted to clean the goop off the sides. I'm being really careful to make sure it doesn't actually move around while I'm doing it, but yeah, don't do as I do. This is in no way an instructional video for anybody building a computer. Do not do as I do. I probably also wouldn't do as I say, mind you. So just
Gosh.
don't Sean anything.
Do you want to go tell this person that we're not the podiatrist?
I
wait.
do, but I want to get that handle under.
Hang on. Oh no, they figured it out. It's okay.
Figured it out. Come on, you sod.
Maybe?
There we go.
No.
I'll go.
Okay. I mean, I'm assuming that they wanted.
Hello, you up for the podiatrist?
No.
The podiatrist, the foot guy, he's next door.
Thank you.
No worries, sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. At least 2 a week.
At least 2 a week.
While I'm up, I'm gonna go and grab my Arctic Silver. I'll be right.
Didn't even grab the walk and talk cam. Yeah, so for people who, I don't know if anyone watching this isn't a Pixel local, but people who aren't a Pixel local, this bar is right next to a podiatrist and has a very similar looking front. So we do get plenty of old, confused people turning up, coming up the ramp.
Very slowly.
Very slowly, and
All right, oven thermometer. Check. Ah, DisplayPort cable. Okay. So I did a really quick Google, and apparently Arctic Silver is not the cool shit anymore. So we're using MX4, and this is the mounting kit designed for a 2011 socket. So let's see if the existing one that I already haven't opened doesn't just work. This one. Ah, because you've got leggy boys.
leg your boys.
And the standoffs might be a different height. All right, well, we've got it now anyway, so let's have a gander.
Gosh, I'm glad I'm not on close-up cam right now.
Yeah.
Sleeve cam.
Yeah. And that's why you're directing.
I'm doing my best.
Yeah, it's fine. This is hack and slash stream. All right, so what's different in this kit? Unboxing therapy. Hang on. We're doing all the memes, aren't we? We've done lockpicking light.
Here we're doing an unboxing video of our brand new...
Go camera shot for me.
Okay. Well, can you please put it in camera frame?
Well, I don't know where the camera frame is. That's...
Okay.
We're probably a little bit close.
There you go.
All right. There we go. So this is the Noctua mounting kit, specifically designed for the 2011 socket. You can see it just springs open when you let go of the sides because some idiot's already half pulled it apart. Inside there's this nice foam thingamabobbity and all the bits come out when you go like this. That's how they do it, yeah?
Do you want to get the door?
Again? Oh my god.
Oh wait, no, they gave us a thumbs up and are walking away.
Okay. Problem solved.
Gosh.
So, bits and stuff. Let's... Oh, there might have been a book in there. Fuck the book. They only go one way, right? They're the nubs I needed. That is why I did need to order this kit, for these 4 little bastards. Okay.
Don't forget to let us redeem channel points to change the RGB you mount along the bar. What?
Yeah, we're talking about putting RGBs in the fridge.
Oh gosh.
Ow. No, pliers. Not the right pliers, but pliers nonetheless. When your standoffs come off and your screws don't. Close up cam too close? Go back a bit.
No, you're good.
Cool. Alright, so for anyone who's never been through the pain of mounting aftermarket coolers, let's go figure this out without looking up the book, because why not?
Oh gosh. Hang on a sec. I need to go get a biscuit.
Ooh, biggies. Okay, the sleeves are rolled up now, that's it, it's on. So, the 2011 socket has mounting points actually in the board by design rather than just through holes. So you don't actually need to put your own backplate on. It comes with one out of the box. Very much a server thing as well, but the big difference with servers is, in my experience anyway, rather than just mounting into the motherboard, server coolers actually screw through the board and through the case, which is a little bit mental, but it's strong as hell and pretty cool.
Danny wants us to rename channel points to pixels and change the icon accordingly.
Can we do
Proper
that?
Influencer recognition. That said, they changed their mind and came up with a way better idea of renaming them to cable ties.
Yeah, I wondered. The problem is
I think I can.
specifically Twitch.
I think on Twitch I can change the name of channel points.
Yeah, but I mean, like, our specifically Twitch channel tends to get used for not just like us bullshit shit. It
Oh.
also gets used for like 20 shit.
I know, but I mean, like the one emote that we have on this channel is the
cable
Vivek
tie.
No, is the Vivek scream.
Oh, okay.
So I feel like we can probably get away with some bullshit,
All right.
which I am going to go and do now, because that's a pretty good idea.
Gonna go and get my quality paintbrush, BRB.
Okay.
I'm not far.
As long as you're not going too. Oh yeah, that's right. I got a biscuit for a reason.
Everybody should have a paintbrush like this. It's not really a paintbrush anymore. But it does this really well. Ah. See, look at this. Like, Noctua did this stuff, right? While other people were just letting you mount their fans straight to the friggin' aluminium, these little rubber bars that sit in here, it's not much, but it's just sound deadening everywhere. They're just a good company. Anyway, I'll stop fanboying. Get it, fanboy? Because they're fan... Oh, sorry.
Gosh, is this a thing that I can change, or do I actually have to be you to change it?
Ah, maybe.
Yeah, I think I have to be you to change it. But.
Oh, that's probably not audioing great, is it? And in the coffee. In other news.
Yeah, it is in the coffee.
Sorry, I'll make you another one.
No, it's fine. Actually, hang on. You're logged in on this one, aren't you?
Maybe.
There you are.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of done talking about computer shit for a bit. If anybody's got anything interesting to sort of yammer about, or any science news that's cool.
Gosh, your assumption about how much science. Hang on.
No, when I say science news, I mean, like, has anybody read about like aluminium air batteries and stuff lately? It seems kind of cool. I think aluminium air is like if you did half lithium ion, half aluminium air batteries in EVs, under the premise that most range, most days, you're not even going to use the aluminium air battery, it's totally viable to use as like a second half of range. But straight into a topic that I've given nobody any context about. Look how well they come up. It's just good. I mean, they're ugly as hell, but you know. Whoever thought brown on brown was like a good color palette for fans? RGB, hey? No, let's go brown on brown.
Under stream settings?
I'm assuming you're paying attention to chat while you're trying to find this.
Meh.
Ish.
That's a bold assumption. Chat says from a while back, that's not a paintbrush, it's a Muppet.
Yeah. Oh, I could totally
Give
put
it a
eyes
hat
on
and
it. It would be.
Give it a hat and it could run around the front of the desk. Of hey, hey, it's Saturday.
Wow, when the dust is that thick, you can actually sweep it off. All right, who we got this time? Mr. Ian.
Right, here we go. Channel points. Points names.
So I'm running Android S Beta, and it's cool, but there's a few things it kind of hasn't nailed yet. Just on the interwebs streaming.
Hayden says it's a Bob Ross.
Dumb
It's Bob Ross the
shit.
paintbrush.
What's up? Bob Ross paintbrush. Oh my golly, it is too. I can see that.
No, Bob Ross the paintbrush.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Not
Yeah.
not a Bob
Yeah,
Ross.
because it looks like Bob Ross.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I got there. Okay, so cooler. What do we
We
got?
are not putting on text to speech. That's a no. That's a hard no from Will.
So, something I did learn once that I thought was a kind of cool thing that may be worth actually talking about, if nobody else has given us chat topics. You can actually use thermal paste to clean your surface. So, if you put some on and give it a nice rubby-dub-dub, it's kind of abrasive enough that it'll actually polish up the surface of whatever you're using. Because I think I've forgotten all my alcohol wipes, we're not going to be able to do that. So we're just gonna go to town with a bit of this before we actually use this. Which seems wasteful to use expensive Arctic bullshit, but as a cleaning agent, but it's here and we're going to do it anyway. Ooh, actually, unless I know where my... Alright. AFK again. One sec. BRB. I think I know where the Cooler Master one is.
Ooh. Cool Master is a piece of shit, so you can
Which is why I'm happy to use it as a cleaning
100% you can use that as a cleaning agent. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm in trying to make it so that channel
Alright.
points are cable ties.
I'm back.
Hi back. I'm Will.
With generic thermal paste. Oh no, this is thermal right, which I from memory think wasn't bad. Or Cooler Master Gunk, double Cooler Master. Oh, there's even a processor in here. This is like a little treasure trove. This is a whoa. This is a QX9550. That was like an $1,100 processor at the time. Don't know why that's just in there. Anyway. Point is, we've got some goop.
We have some goop. We have the goop technology. Brrr.
We got the goop. We got the goop. I haven't got my mic on. It's over there. Probably doesn't make much
Why'd
difference.
you take your mic off?
Because I went over there.
Surely that's still in range.
It's not cordless, bruh.
Oh.
That's why I keep taking it off.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
lapelled straight into 4.
Yeah. Lapel is not. It's not a cordless lapel.
Yes.
I see.
Just in case other Lockies are around, thank you for the lend of the lapel still.
Gosh, what was I looking for again? Cable tie. Where's the cable tie? Blessed cable tie.
Do you want to look up a QX6850 for me as well and see when that was from? I reckon 2004.
Sean, I have too many tabs open already. QX 5860?
Yep. Wait, 6850.
6850.
I reckon $1,200 on release.
Uh,
I'm pretty sure that was my uncle's processor. Because he let a computer shop in Queensland talk him into a ridiculous processor he was never going to take advantage
it
of.
was 07.
07.
I don't know how much it was worth at on release, but it was 07.
There we go. That's pretty shiny. That'll do.
Okay. Gosh. And now, do you have Discord up on this computer? No. Let's hope it auto logs in.
Now, normally I like to go hot air risers with these, but because this is at a 90-degree offset, we're going this way, which means these want to go this way. Thank you for Intel's having symmetrical mounting holes, by the way, because the AMD that I built on Monday forced me to mount the cooler north-south in a case that would have made it more logical to mount it east-west. And
How do I write?
why not just be symmetrical?
Ah, there we go. Save image.
Do we think these are identical? They look pretty much identical. The color of the springs changed, but everything else is the same. That can stay.
Table.
All right.
Save. Okay. Blammo.
Oh, they don't go all the way down there. Yeah, okay. Goes a bit higher than that.
Channel points. Edit. Gosh, it's not. What is even the ordering?
Well, there's extra bits here. Why do I have extra bits?
Why do you have extra bits, Sean? Tell me. Tell me why you have extra bits.
Surely that goes all the way down there. I'm just going to wing it and assume that the extra bits are for nothing. And then when I'm wrong, everybody can laugh at me for not reading the book.
Oh gosh, do I have to be super specific with my dimensions? Ugh. Twitch. Why aren't you good?
Twitch is bitch. Remember, you're my chat buddy, by the way.
I know, chat isn't saying anything.
Alright, I thought they were going to hang shit on me for not reading the book and just doing it.
Nah, they know. Chat knows what to expect from you.
Oh, I know what they're for. They're the little screws that screw the thing up into the Duvemalak, but we're using the one that's already there, so that's fine. So, these little screws are for screwing these plates up into the actual cooler, but we're using the existing one, so it's fine.
Aiden says you suck.
Well, I haven't seen you in a while, so I haven't had the opportunity.
Yeah. Okay, sorry chat, but I can't change the icon to be the blessed cable tie. I would need to actually do some serious work in order to do that, which I can't be bothered doing right now.
Okay, so we've cleaned one surface. I'm going to clean the chip as well, the same way. I'm just going to put a little bit of schmutz on it. And schmut it around and then wipe it off again.
But I'll set that up
At a later
at
date?
a later date. It at least should have a new name. I, for example, have 9,410 cable ties.
I don't understand what that means, but sure.
It's just how many cable ties I have.
Oh. I think I bought 1,000 recently.
You need to up your game, Sean. I have way more cable ties than
I'm
you.
sorry, they're the big ones though, if that counts.
Ooh, gosh, you've got the big cable ties?
Not like the meter long ones, just the ones that are sort of I think 300 long.
That's still some serious cable tieage.
So we're going as far as this isn't an instructional video, right? So I shouldn't tell people how I do my thermal paste and stuff and what the purpose of it is and all that crap.
I don't know. I feel like
We're sort of on the fence of it's semi-instructional, just don't do as I do because you'll probably break something and it's not my fault.
Let's go with the path of do not replicate Sean's actions because Sean's a maverick who does not play by the rules. But also you can say disclaimer. This is actually some good practice.
All right, disclaimer. This is actually some good practice. Having just cleaned both of my surfaces with some old shitty schmutz, there is so many different things out there on the interballs that tell you how you should and shouldn't apply your thermal paste that I'm going to give you the way I do it, which is the way I was taught to do it in a place that does many computers, and we never had a problem with it. You make a 5 like on a dice. 1 in the middle. 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to spread it out. If you put too much on, it'll ooze out the sides. If you haven't put quite enough on, there's a heat spreader on top of the chip for a reason. Do I want to go super close mode? Bam, 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 bam. That's really bright. It doesn't work very well, but maybe you can get an idea of, how do I make that less bright? There we go. So that's how much schmutz I've put on this chip. This is quite a big chip, and that will spread super evenly and not be a problem when I put the cooler on it. So, what did I say? I wanted to go northwest, north-south. And I want my fans to be on that side because I want my fans to push. Yeah, so my rubbers go on that side, cool. So this goes here. When you plonk this down, because we're trusting the cooler to do the spreading, you do want to plonk it evenly and on exactly where you intend on putting it. You do not want to do one screw tighter than the other. You want one to bite and then you move to the next one. Because if you do them unevenly, it's going to squeeze your schmutz all out one side. And ain't nobody wants squeezed schmutz.
No. Roll 5 or higher to resist fire damage, says Danny.
Yeah. Or to at least dissipate your fire damage evenly. Now I'm curious. So now that I've had my opinion about how to apply thermal goop, anybody else got conflicting opinions and or experience?
And if you do, you can
Chuck it in chat. Let's have an argument and or lively discussion.
Let's see. To be fair, that's also how I learned how to apply thermal paste. So my shop experience says that you're right. So you're fighting not just Sean but me. It sucks that we couldn't have a point of conflicting opinion on the
Sorry.
show. But
See, if Suzy was here.
I don't think Suzy has a strong opinion about how to apply thermal paste.
No? Damn.
I suspect.
Maybe.
Just from everything that I know about Suzy, I suspect that Suzy doesn't have strong opinions about.
So
no opinion, but I spread it across the whole thing.
Yeah, look, I used to, and that's kind of how I did my AMDs when I was young. But then I was shown otherwise and didn't anymore, and have had less side leakage doing it this way. But I used to do the whole credit carded around the top of the chip and kind of like, spread.
Danny's opinion on thermal goo is why they pay extra to have someone else assemble it.
Yeah, fair. But if you're just using the stock cooler, it comes with schmutz on the bottom now.
What's on the bottom of a stock cooler?
I can't remember if the big fan goes in the middle or on the end. Can you Google a D14 for me and just have a quick squizzy?
Gesundheit. Gosh, Sean, I have so many tabs open.
There's another laptop there if you want.
It's awkward to reach across to the other laptop and still have like my face in a microphone. What am I googling? D14?
Noctua D14. NOCTUA. I'm going to say the big fan goes in the middle because that's going to crowd my RAM otherwise.
On the diagram, there's a little fan. There's a fan in the middle and a fan on the side.
Yeah. So is the big fan the one in the middle or the big fan's the round one?
The round one goes in the middle.
Cool.
Gosh. I need that ibuprofen to kick in.
Whiskey?
I don't know if a whiskey will help.
Coffee might. Do you want more coffee that's not full of dust?
Actually, could I just get like, let's why not both? Could I get
An aniseed coffee?
yes, a caffecaretto alla sambuca, please.
Up a bit.
Feel free to finish putting.
I'm going to finish this fan.
Yeah.
There we go. One. All right. Do you want to go to wide cam?
Yeah. I was about to go to webcam. Do you want to take away my dusty coffee?
Sure.
Dankeschön. Yeah, I was about to say don't go across the wide cam. Gosh. My That's a different tab that I have to go to now, Sean.
Oh.
There's a solid 9 people.
9?
2 of which is probably various us monitoring. Chat, how are we going? Like, what?
Is this content worth doing? Should we ever do it again?
Is this-
Are you bored out of your brain holes?
Hayden wants a medium cap, thanks, Sean.
If he's serious, let me know.
Huh?
If he's serious, it's going to cost him sitting on his bum for 20 minutes on a microphone.
If you want a medium cap, you can come on in and get a medium cap, Hayden. It's fine. You'll have to sit here for at least 20 minutes to pay for it. But gosh, I'm excited because after this I have to go to Vic Roads to get my driver's license updated. Or my learner's permit. Yes, for some weird reason I have a learner's permit, Sean. Sean looks absolutely shocked and bored. I don't think I'm allowed to use it anymore. In fact, I'm kind of looking forward to me turning up there and being like, can I have my learner's permit updated? And they're like, where's your peripheral vision at the moment? And then I'll be like, this far. It's like, no, you cannot. Do you want a photo ID card instead? Thank you, Sean.
Slightly over, which should suit the sweetness of the single grain.
Thank you, Sean.
Right, where are we up to?
Hayden's
Fans
assuming that you're delivering, which we're very much not.
Again, you've just made an ass of you and me.
Never assume. So I think I said yesterday that I was going to do this, and you were like, I wonder where the nearest Vic Road is. No, I was talking to Sam. I'm confusing you and Sam. Oh,
We are the same person.
I don't think you are. But I looked it up, and the easiest Vic Road for me to get to without a motor vehicle is the one in Richmond.
What? That's ridiculous, but seems about right, actually, yeah.
There's
Because they're all like out in the industrial estates.
yeah, there's one like near
Moorabbin.
I can't remember what the suburb is because it's not a suburb with a train station, so I don't know it. But there's one like out that way. And it's like, well, if I was to get to there, I would have to like catch a bus to Monash and then walk the rest of the way pretty much. So definitely not worth it.
There we go. One chunky ass cooler. So
Do we want to talk about New South Wales? Because Danny's talking
Ooh,
about New South Wales in
I
the
do
chat.
not.
And I don't really want to either. So I hope you don't mind, Danny, but we're going to ignore that comment. But also, can Pixel...
With the exception of saying, good luck guys, lockdown is hard.
Are they even in lockdown though?
I don't know, but if they're headed there, like, I don't wish it on them. I don't wish it on anybody. Like, good luck.
So I think the problem is, Sean, is the reason why they're being pathogenic butts is the most recent announcement is that they can't be bothered containing the new strain, so they're just going to let it run buck wild.
Good luck to them.
Because that's
That's
even
the American way.
that's the even worse option.
Yeah. It's all right. I don't really want to touch on any political stuff that's too loaded like that. We can.
But yeah.
I'm happy to talk about grand scheme of things policy and stuff, but anything that's actually live and relevant, I would rather stay out of.
Oh
to be
yes,
honest.
same. But yeah, also, can I get some Pixel Coffee again soon without being able to? Oh wait, hang on. Oh, it's linked. They want New South Wales to stop being pathogenic butts so that they can get some Pixel Coffee again soon without being able to rationally justify my agoraphobic tendencies.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Look, a convenient distraction. Sorry, I didn't read through the entirety of your message before I was like, I don't want to touch on this because it's vaguely political. Gosh, I'm having to work real hard. We can talk about this instead. Real hard to fight against my agoraphobic tendencies. So the last time I did that, I then had to move house and just went into total meltdown. So even over the last lockdown, I was like, I'm going to make sure that I leave the house at least once a day to go for a walk, to make sure that I don't get too, like, agoraphobic. Because lockdown 1, ooh boy, definitely got way too agoraphobic for my comfortableness. Actually, I should probably taste the coffee first.
Just go in the box. And keep that for next time we remount that on something that's not a 2011 socket.
I miss total meltdowns without the occasional teary panic attack. My eyes are getting really dried out. Hang on, I'm going to have to BRB. So Sean, I'm going to put chat on your.
That and turn it.
No.
I can't read. I probably can read that, but control scrolly wheel.
I don't actually have a scrolly wheel, but I can.
Control 2 fingers up. Control plus. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
For the record, not COVID, just dust.
No, I remember taking my name.
Okay, that'll be fine for next time. That's in the bin. That one's in the bin. All right, I think we are at, let's put it back in stage. So you can go over there. Let's get this one. Hoi! Oh, and by the by, people who think this Cosmos was big, the one that had the radiator on it, it's actually not. You should see Hayden's old Cosmos. The Cosmos S, I think it was. It's even bigger again. It's designed for those like SR2 boards that you could put 2 processors and 4 video cards in, and it was fine to have that much airflow and stuff. It's off its tits. but was good for running basically a server in. So, you know, thank you for the lend of that one for a while. Make sure all the standoffs still exist. And remember that I almost forgot my IO shield. Boop. This is the thing that, if you forget, is a pain in the right ass to put in later.
Ugh.
Okay. So there is a comment that I missed,
Oh,
but
it's fine. I've got it.
cool.
Sucked.
Oh, if you want to go to close-up cam, I've got one more life pro tip, or computer building life pro tip.
Yep.
So, oh, that's stopped.
Oh, that has stopped.
Do you want to flick back to the other camera while you fix it?
Ye- I do.
And I'm going to check that bit ink on my phone, which was, hey, Google reviews. Thanks, person.
Why are you being sad?
Still broken. It's alright, just pull it back to the other camera.
That's. I mean, oh, did it? Why did it? Hang on. I think I was trying to fix the wrong one.
So anyway, the point of the story is, on the back of the older ones or the dumber ones of these, there used to be little flicky-uppy little metal bits that sit above your NICs and sometimes your USB ports and stuff. If you're not paying enough attention while you're smashing these together, sometimes that little metal tang will go inside your network port and then stuff doesn't fit properly, and it's also a pain in the butt to fix later. So just be careful. That's why you kind of always put them in against the IO shield first and drop the back down.
No, I don't think I can get it back, Sean. Not without closing OBS.
No, that's all right. That's I've had that before. I feel like most of the close-up stuff's kind of done anyway. So welcome to a single cam. The end of Sean building a computer slowly, really slowly. I feel like this has taken forever, but
It's fine. It's
taking my sweet ass time.
better content. Taking our sweet ass time. Cosmos 2 had to raise my desk. I don't understand.
We were talking about how that Cosmos is a big case, right? The Cosmos that came after it is bigger,
I see.
like stupid bigger.
And then you keep saying Cosmos, and it annoys me because my VR one is misbehaving after I updated the HTC. Won't make rollback available for. After an update that HTC won't make rollback available for.
Cosmos, HTC, where's the relevance? Am I missing a phone? Was that their branding for their phones for a while or something?
I don't know.
HTC made the Vive.
Well, it is for their VR room.
Oh, okay, so it's in reference to that computer. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Is that Hayden said that?
No, that's Danny.
Ah.
Danny boy, the pipes are calling.
I was surprised that Suzy didn't make that reference.
Clearly, we know who's got the older taste in music.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Vive Cosmos? Question mark? Is that a thing? I don't know my VR tech.
It might be. I was assuming the VR rig that he built was in a Cosmos.
Yeah, presumably.
Is there a screw under there? Yes.
Is there a screw under there?
Like, I have to put it in on a funny screwdriver on an angle because the cooler's too freaking wide.
Gosh.
This is a monstrous cooler. Like, the D14 literally takes up a higher percentage of case space than makes sense for a cooler. But I had it. It was already in this box. Why not?
It sure does. Gosh, I'm all out of combo topics. Word association segue, since manufacturers all use the same sort of silly names for things. Ah, I see. So it's apparently it's like a related.
Yeah.
To blah. It's just different name. Same different.
Same but different.
Different piece of text, same name.
Yep. Fudge. Maybe the hard drive cage was supposed to go in first. That's going to make me sad. Which hard drives are even going in that hard drive cage?
If it was a Venom case, I'd probably make a stupid Spider-Man reference instead.
Alright, what are these hard drives? They are... Ooh, Seagate 1 teras. That would go in my 10 1 tera array if I still had it. 1, 2, 3... Is this just where I strap all my SSDs now? 1, 2, 3, 4... Ones. Why do I need ones anymore? Do I? Do I want ones? What am I doing?
What are you doing, Sean?
Trying to figure out what drives live permanently in this versus go in the noisy box. The hot swappy box.
These are answers that only you can... These are not questions that I can answer,
Okay,
Sean.
okay. I got this.
Only you know.
Where's that hard drive cage gone? Over here.
Only you can stop forest fires.
Alright. You are my games drive from memory. 3 terabyte Seagate, yes. So that probably can go in the permanently in box. You're a slow, stumpy boy, and you're a faster boy.
Incognito Penguino says, imagine still having 1 terabyte hard disks. Been years since I did that.
Yeah, right. Well, in fairness, they are out of the build that was previously in this box, which we said was from what, 2007?
A lot of the parts seem to be from then.
Yeah.
So,
Can you check?
a lot of this is just Archaeotech.
Can you check that and tell me if it's 7200 or a slow one? This one's got 5900 written on it, so I know it's a slow one. Oh, it's an LP drive. Okay. There was some SSD mounting back here. How did that work?
More surprised they're still running. And then I can't remember which one. Lol.
What, the 1 teras?
Yeah,
We
apparently.
built an array out of slow 1 teras.
We did. Gosh.
And I only partly regret it.
ST.
This has got mounting for SSDs for days back here, sorta. Nope, that's not what they're for. But it could be if there was the right thingamawhatsits. Nah, let's not do that. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I should have thought about this. I should have made a plan. I should have...
Sean making a plan?
Nah. Ooh,
When does that happen?
it doesn't. That's maybe a problem. Okay, which bays can we take it up into?
What was I checking again?
Yes. Oh, it can just go in the front. Okay, cool. All right, so.
This is 210.
Oh, we're checking whether or not that's a 7200 RPM drive.
Boop, boop, boop.
take all the fronts out. That's what we're going to do. This machine had a Blu-ray drive in it. Do I have any need for that whatsoever? I don't have a CD drive in any of my machines anymore, and I feel like it's better. Maybe that one's an Ask the Internet. Is there any purpose for a optical drive anymore? I don't think so. Ooh, that's not ideal. Whoops. 1, 2,
Surely
3.
RPM should be on this data sheet somewhere. It isn't.
What?
Why does this data sheet not have RPM?
Good question. Front plates. All right. What?
Yes, internet. Should Blu-rays, yay or nay? Are they actually needed in computers nowadays?
Optical drive at all, really?
Yeah. Do we need an optical drive on a computer? My gut reaction is no, because I haven't put an optical drive on a computer for years.
Yeah.
And not felt the absence.
I think I've still got a USB one kicking around somewhere. That on the very rare occasion I'll use.
That's all you need is like a USB. Like, what is this planning you speak of from Danny?
Who knows? It's news to me. So if you're not going to use all of your front ports, I don't advise taking all of these out, but for the sake of me, I want to be able to slide the drive cage in the front rather than having to take it out the back. So goodbye structural rigidity. Because if I do this, I won't be as torn up about putting the wrong drives in the bottom. Also Silverstone, an under-loved case manufacturer in my opinion. I think they make really good drives.
Yeah, I
7200?
can't find it.
It's not an LP, so it should be.
Giving up. It's not listed on their specifications. So, who knows?
If the drive experiences shock in excess of 350 Gs, your warranty is void.
Sorry, hang on. That's a lot of Gs.
That's a lot of Gs.
I think you have to work hard to pull 350 Gs. Like, that's falling
If
from
you
a
just
very
like
great height.
peg it at the floor though, right? Because it's going to have like not in movement Gs. It'd surely be from going like having momentum to stopping.
Yeah. It's definitely an impulse situation. I don't know how many Gs it would pull when it hits the ground. So Mad Danny says in response to our question about opticals, useful to have, but more that you just need an external one on hand for the odd occasion you need to rip from an optical media.
Yeah. I don't think it's happened in the last 4 years, so I think I'll be alright. I never trusted optical as like long-term storage, so there's nothing on optical media that I'm going to want to get off for archival reasons or anything. So I think I'm good.
350 Gs? Isn't that like 70 times the amount in a COVID vaccine?
Ooh.
Ooh, wow.
Ooh.
Wow.
All right, so my 3 tear is definitely going in. Where was that one? That's this one. These screws are quite important to keep because they're skinny. And they have to be skinny to actually slide in. Oh, and this screwdriver's too big, bugger. Okay.
Oh, gosh, that means I have to entertain the stream all on my own?
I'm sorry.
Gosh. I'm so bad at this. You'd think I'd be better given how much I solo stream nowadays. But I don't even have a Sudoku to be doing really terribly. I don't have any cool stories to tell. You're great at this. Hayden, stop lying to me. How could I possibly be great when I have absolutely nothing to talk about? Gosh, it's very nice. Let's do a pixel Capicareto alla Sambuca review. So it's thank you for admitting it that you are trying to deceive me. So the coffee itself has some bright floral aromatic notes, which make it a very nice pairing to the deeper sweetness of the sambuca. It's a little bit over extracted, so it's got a little bit of that tartness, but that's fine. It balances out in the end. So it's a very good choice, and Sean has made an excellent decision.
Except I'm about to go AFK and go to the loo really quickly. I'm sorry.
Oh gosh.
Keep talking about your coffee.
I've run out of things to say about my coffee, Sean. We've also paired it with a very delicious Sambuca Bianca. It's I don't know, it's not the really fancy stuff. How goes the PC build? Sean may or may not have forgotten to put something in before something else. So that could be that could be an interesting problem. Danny has gosh, I'm sorry I missed it. I must apologize for failing to do the obvious dad joke on Hayden. So I'm glad you picked up on it. You're on to your third coffee now. So am I. Only my second coffee did have dust blown into it, so that I couldn't finish drinking it. So I guess it's more like my second and a half coffee.
So this beer, it's a beer I haven't had yet.
Oh, we're doing beer tasting now.
It's a beer I'm not convinced I'm going to want, but I want to have tasted it so that I can give honest feedback when asked about it. Colour's good.
I guess in theory, were we still doing the joke where we don't actually talk about alcohol on stream? Or have we given up on that one?
Sorry, yeah, good point. This Pepsi Max that comes in a slightly purple can.
What kind of Pepsi Max are we looking at here?
You'd have to be a bonehead to drink this Pepsi Max.
It's a very porterable Pepsi Max.
Yeah, you could say.
Chinkity chink, old chap.
Oh, that's sweet. That's really sweet.
Very
Blah.
sweet.
Bloody hell.
And it's claiming to be a chocolate vanilla portable Pepsi Max. But I'm getting no chocolatey notes.
I'm getting notes of sugar.
I'm getting notes of refined sweetness. Time for a beer review. Will this one be human beverage or CPU coolant?
Well, my coolant's looking a bit stodgy, so it needs a good flush.
Gosh. If the choices are human beverage or CPU coolant, I pick CPU coolant.
Yeah, at this point.
Sorry, Sean. I regret to inform you, but I did have Bonehead on the line. They were willing to offer us a 2K sponsorship, but that's just gone down the drain now.
I'm okay with it.
I'm burning the contract as we speak. Actually, 2K sounds like too small of a number. We had a sponsorship deal for $2 million, Sean, and now I'm ripping up the contract because they've just come through and we pissed them off with our very poor review.
We've had enough conversations with reps and people who've kind of wanted to do deals and we'll like fund you a cooler if you pay it back in X number of kegs and all of this sort of stuff, and though it potentially could have gotten us to having beer in the fridge faster. I'm glad we never did, because I'm actually very pig-headed about keeping the independentness of our... Which way do these screws go? Of our beer taps, and having complete control over it. Like, we've had beers that have been good for a while and either get popular and get shipped off to different breweries to get mass produced or whatever, and I kind of just... I'm glad we never committed to any of that. And yeah, though it may have made sense, glad we didn't, is the point. So, Bonehead rep, who was going to offer me $1 million. Thanks, no thanks. I think this wants to go in that way so that I can get my drives out the front, because I'm going to be a potato. So it is what it is. But then can I get the screws out of them if I put both in? Do I want to put both screws in, or do I want to just hang them like a scrubbo?
You tell me, Sean.
Because if I'm going to do that, I might as well take the cage out. And if I'm going to have to take the cage out, then they should probably go front forward. They're going to go front forward. Okay, fine. Change my mind. Sorry. Moving on. 3 conversations in one. Why not?
Yeah, because of course. Is there anything... So if you don't want your beer taps to be like super sponsory, is there anything which you wouldn't mind doing like some kind of deal with?
And we do from time to time. They're like, if you buy enough of these in a row or whatever, and mix it up with a bit of this and a bit of that, they'll be slightly cheaper and whatever. Yeah, there is, and you'll notice like some of the pails come back more frequently than others, and largely it's the stuff that people just are happy to just smash. So it's going to be the recurring smashable, yeah, I'll have like 5 pints of this in a night kind of beers. But even that gets stale, and I kind of never want to be committed for more than a couple of months, because I like to change up my pails. Like, we had Red Hills Rip on for ages, and it's still one of my favorite, like, drink lots of Australian pails. And it hasn't been on for a while because there is so many other good breweries and so many other good beers out there that I think not rotating through them is just kind of silly.
What about stuff off tap, like your...
So Asahi's stay in the fridge because people who come in and get...
I mean, also because...
pissed off by our beers because they don't recognise any of it, will look in the fridge and go, oh, I know what Asahi is, I'll drink that.
I mean, also, you're obliged contractually.
I'm definitely obliged contractually.
Because of the fridge itself.
So ratios that we definitely have in our Asahi fridge.
Yeah, you're 100% meeting your Asahi ratios.
Yep.
Like,
this is not slow drive, that one can go as well.
If like the Tiny Bear, is the Tiny Bear people wanted to do a deal, like, would you run a deal with them?
We already have.
Oh.
So they're...
Oh, you know, we have actually.
Yep. We buy that by the box, and we get Doctor slightly cheaper than we should. But again, that's largely products that I would probably do that with anyway, because I believe in them as a product. So it's nice being able to set the prices and being able to kind of pick and choose what we do and don't like in terms of what we even bother pursuing in terms of that, rather than just literally having like ALM reps come in and go, well, if you commit to this, that, and the other, you can have all this garbage spirit for as much or as little as you want. It has to be first pour or whatever, but no, it's like, fuck that. We just enjoy recommending things that are delicious, and that is all.
Incognito Penguino says, that's anything Moondog for me. I'll smash just about anything from them. 5 at a night sounds good.
The Moondog stuff is getting a bit vast. When it was all coming out of Richmond, I trusted most of it, but now that they're just kind of like smashing out consumer-friendly beers all the time, some of it's just really tame and really underwhelming, and their sours are kind of getting a bit sweet. There's still bangers amongst them, don't get me wrong, but I think it's getting a bit commercial if they're not careful. And I'm hoping Jason will prove me wrong this afternoon when he comes for a visit.
Ooh. I wonder if they'll come for a visit early enough that we can get a live beer
He's
record.
due at about 3:30.
Okay.
Jace would love
Probably
being
not.
on stream. He wouldn't have a problem with it.
Live.
Which is a shame because all my favorite beer reps have ended up at friggin' Moondog. So keep giving me bangers, guys. Stop making all this scrub-friendly beer.
Stop making all the scrub-friendly beer.
I know it sells and makes you money and
stop
stuff.
being commercially viable.
Well, we never started, so it's fine. We do what we want, not what makes business sense.
Sean and business sense are about as far removed from each other as can be imagined. Their Game of Thrones beers were bangers in my book, according to Incognito Penguino.
They did Game of Thrones beers? I missed all of that. Was that, they might have been lockdown beers.
They might have been lockdown beers. I don't know.
Why am I
Actually,
gonna
no.
put
Why
my
would they be
sisters?
lockdown beers? That wouldn't make sense. Game of Thrones was like over by lockdown.
Yeah, good point. There was Game of Thrones whiskies. Anyway. Am I going to put a third hard drive in this?
Are you?
It probably makes sense to do so. And it probably should be the other slow 2 that was in there. Because I've got another 3 that I don't trust. If I put the slow 2, that can be all my ISOs and all my crap that doesn't matter and it doesn't have to be fast. That beer was really boring. Do you want to pick the next one?
Gosh, I'm doing a next one.
Well, that was only a halfer.
Sean, I've still got like coffee to drink.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you had a boozy coffee.
And it's a really boring beer, so I'm taking my time on it.
Yeah, that's why I just got it done.
Actually, I should just get it done. Hang on.
All right, internet. I'm literally just kind of putting hard drives in a box now. You're going to have to entertain us because I'm not being very... There's not really as much story to tell in this box, I'm sorry.
Blah.
I mean, you can all laugh at me fall off a ladder later when I go and get the 970 from up there, but... Oh, I don't have the right screws. Fudge. I might.
Gosh.
Gonna have to go on a recce though. Go on.
I was about to say, you not having the right screws. When would that happen?
So there is a fallback option for this drive.
Oh,
I could just cable tie it.
Sean, I would be disappointed if we managed to get through this entire stream without you at least cable tying one component in.
I'm gonna try and find the right screws first.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gosh. White chocolate imperial ale that tastes banana-y. Yeah, I could sort of see that. That kind of makes sense. Gosh. My body is being a little bit sad. Sorry for all of the random noises. Chat. That's just what you get when you get Will on strum. Random noises. How's ScrewQuest going? How's ScrewQuest going?
good question.
And also, the Game of Thrones beers were for the 10th anniversary of Season 1. There was Breaker of Chains, a chili vanilla imperial stout, and Watches on the Wall, a white chocolate imperial white ale. Watches
Interesting.
kind of tasted banana-y, strangely enough.
Yum.
So
Hey, this looks promising.
Gosh, could you not shout
Sorry, I realized exactly what I did as I did it.
direct? I don't think we peaked, but it definitely was a little bit overwhelming for me.
Oh, they're not right. Oh, that one is. And that one is.
Also, I'm a little bit quiet. I might need to turn myself
That
up.
one is. Hey, 3 will do. No cable ties yet. 4. See, this is why you should keep random ass computer screws. Because these have got... So these are going through a rubber grommet and they're rubber mounted so that they're quieter. So you need to have the longer neck on them. And they have the blank before it gets to the bit and the thing and the stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And where's that hard drive gone? Did I take a hard drive with me and not bring it back?
Gosh, do we have a classic Sean ADHD moment?
It's likely. I haven't had my drugs today. Oh, what have you lost this time, Sean? Oh, you know, just a 2 terabyte hard drive. It's around somewhere. Looks like all the other 2 terabyte hard drives. Except this one's got 59. Oh, it's fucking in the box. Not scripted. Not scripted, just derp.
It's not a scripted derp moment, it's just a Sean derp moment. A classic Sean ADHD moment right there. I can't be very entertaining since I'm at work. I'm working from home and eyes are glazing over as I typeset info about amending tax payment reporting. Also,
Oof.
still need that coffee, but the coffee machine is in the other room. Well then go to the other room, silly, and get your coffee. It's not like there's much happening here. If you walk away to get coffee, you're not going to miss much.
I saw a beautiful GIF on Reddit programming humor of somebody who needed to keep their computer awake while it was compiling. So, you know those vertical fans that swing back and forth like this?
Yeah.
They'd sticky taped pens to the sides of the fan and
So
just
that
put
it
it
would
either side of the mouse so that
yeah.
it would just wiggle the mouse every now and then. Perfect. That's all you need to do for your work so that it keeps the session alive. And go into the other room and make coffee. There you go. Problem solved.
There you go. Just hook up a fan on your mouse to keep your work sessions
It'll be so much faster to do that than to go and make a coffee.
You say that, but I seemed to miss a lot in the few minutes I had a bathroom break. I think that was during the exciting time though, when we were actually like doing interesting things.
We were doing interesting things? When did that happen?
I can't remember when Danny went away.
Yeah.
That some vaguely exciting stuff did happen the last time they were gone.
All right. Hard drives are in. Where's my screw holes going to line up? There and there. Cool. Because everything's rubber mounted, I'm literally just going to use 2 screws either side because it doesn't have to stay very strong. And nothing's going to vibrate, hopefully. I say with very little confidence. I bought these screwdrivers for $2 each from Bunnings because they're not conventional Phillips ones, they're posi drive ones, which most screws are actually posi drive, and they're king chrome ones. So if I end up using them to beat shit out of holes, it'll probably not break.
So Danny says that whole plan is now redundant because things like Power Toys added extra widgets to keep the computer awake.
Oh yeah, there's like super easy, much more convenient ways of getting around that.
I know. I mean, also you can just make it
Go into power settings.
like most computers have a setting which disables that. And then Incognito Pinguino suggests a conversation topic. What's everyone's favorite mechanical keyboard switch?
Oh,
It's a common topic at my work.
I use Reds, so I'm a little bit biased to Reds, but at the same time, I actually think I would rather Browns. Discuss.
I, despite the fact that I love mechanical keyboards, don't have a strong preference as to what kind of switches. I think I typically use Reds.
It depends on the implementation as well. I feel like the SteelSeries Blacks, I know they're all Cherry MXs. I don't understand how this can be different, but the blacks that are used in the SteelSeries keyboards out the back, I really like. Blacks that I've used in other keyboards have felt really heavy, so I don't understand how that can be different.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind a bit of a heavy key action though. I like the feel of the chunk. Incognito Pinguino says, I'm currently typing on blues. Part of me wants to go to Cherry Speed's silvers, or maybe browns. They think blues are too loud.
I agree.
Yeah,
Blues are too loud.
Blues are ridiculously loud. And even though I love the sound of a mechanical keyboard, it's one of the reasons why I like using them is because I like the action and I like the noise.
I know they put out silent browns, silent blues, because I think it was Razer did that for a while. I don't know if that helped it at all. It seemed like a cool idea, but I feel like any muting of the blues is going to take away from the tactile winningness.
I agree. Danny says, I like some hybrid mechanicals. The feel of the clink, but it doesn't make a noise.
Oh no.
But I'm mostly just back and forth between my old G15 and my laptop, which I think are Reds.
This is not ideal.
I
I've
might
just
consider
noticed that.
going Kale, but Jade is expensive. This is you're getting into levels of mechanical keyboard nerddom that far outstrip my knowledge. I don't know if Sean.
No, I stop at the basic cherries.
I don't even know if I'm pronouncing Kale correctly. It's like Kailh, so it's like I don't know how to pronounce that.
I wasn't sure if you were just being memey and using a vegetable as a color for like a variant of cherries.
No, that's what is written.
No, I believe it. There's all these different brands of switches now. It does not surprise me. So unfortunately, bugger, that's true down there as well. So this stupid case, which I love, and I'm not going to call stupid again, I'm sorry case, has little bends to hold your 5 1/4 inch drives up when you put them in, which means I can't fit my very straight-sided one of these in there.
Ugh.
So I'm probably gonna squash my bends because I really want to put my box in it.
Incognito Penguino, we've got guys at work who spend 300 plus on their keyboards and also have multiple keyboards. It's a bit insane in my opinion.
Yeah, I know a few people that have gone down that rabbit hole, and I kind of get it. Like, if it's something that you're using all day, every day, and it's the thing that you interact with for work or typing, it can be like at least I'm enjoying the action of doing this boring thing that I'm doing, because I can nerd out about how happy I am about my new purchase of my new keyboard, but now that I've got this new keyboard, I need more power because I always want more power once I've got power. Now it's just straight into cars, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It can be like at least this mundane thing that I'm doing is slightly more cool than it should be.
Yeah. Danny says, but some of those have switches with configurable actuators that allow multiple states per key.
Oh, no thank you.
Yeah, that seems a little bit like
That's gross.
ugh to me.
Does not want.
Does not want.
However, a way to get my damn box in would be pleasant. If anybody's got any wise ideas that don't involve chopping my little tabs.
Yeah, chat. How do we deal with the fact that we want to install a box on a surface which has some railing,
Sticky addy bits.
some sticky addy bits, without just chopping the sticky addy bits off?
Chopping is going to be annoying. I can probably fold them down, but there's not really like the right kind of access to do it.
Yeah. We'd show you a close-up, but close-up cam is dead.
Could just not put the box in for now, but that'd be annoying. I really want to put the box in.
Yeah, we should try and put the box in.
I'm going to get some pliers.
Let's. I mean, people came here for a pixel construction stream.
It's true. All right,
So-
BRB.
Let's give the people what they want and have you like just attack your computer with a pair of pliers for their viewing pleasure.
I wish I had known this earlier. I would have just angle grinded.
I mean, we could angle grind on stream. I'm sure that won't be an absolute mess. But I guess you've already got like sensitive components in there, so we probably don't want to take an angle grinder to the box anymore. At least it's not that crazy micro case that needs to be assembled around the hardware, because once assembled, there's no way to fit anything. Yes, that would suck. And also, that would not be the pixel way of constructing something. Not being able to like go in there and meddle with things after you build it, not going to work. That's not the pixel way. Gosh, for me, like, mechanical keyboards is this interesting conflict between that tactile feel and sound, and then also just needs to not actually be stiff enough that it's tiring to use. Because I've definitely experienced some mechanical keyboards which are sufficiently stiff that it's like, oh, I'm actually like giving my arthritis some soreness by just trying to type on this keyboard for an extended period of time.
But also different use cases, because gaming and typing are definitely different things. You want the click while you're typing, but it can be annoying to have to come far enough off the key for it to come back up off the slider to get back on the key if you want to be like tappity tappity. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
I don't think I've ever needed to tap so fast that it's been a problem on a mechanical keyboard.
Yeah, it's not even like tappity as much as it is like on linear switches you can be at the point of like a smidge more on the key and you're pressing it rather than having to actually like engage. I don't know. It's a thing that's not really a real world problem.
It's a thing that's not really a real world problem. Welcome to Pixel.
Yeah, kind of.
That's a great.
These come off.
That's a great Pixel description of how stuff works. It's a thing that's not really a real world problem.
That's an annoying clippity clip. I'm gonna need a little stumpy screwdriver.
Little stumpy screwdriver.
Yeah.
Ooh, I've got an amusing anecdote that can occupy a little bit of time on the stream.
Go.
So last Sunday, I was feeling a little under the weather. So we had a game of Blades, which is great. And then I was supposed to go to a rehearsal after that. And it's a rehearsal that my youngest brother also goes to. So, it turned out it was like after Blades, it was like, no, I'm not really feeling well enough to go to rehearsal. So I sent an email to the conductors, and I also let my brother know via like text message that I wouldn't be there. And then my brother went and visited my folks, pretty much immediately after that rehearsal finished, like on the train up to visit the folks. So the next day I receive a call from my parents being like, are you alive? Are you well? Like, what's gone wrong? We're assuming you're on death's door because you missed a single rehearsal for a choir.
Seems about right.
It's like, ooh, that's
That escalated quickly.
like, I mean, I am known for my like vague, utter, like insane commitment for performance-y stuff. So I can sort of understand the position, but it's like that was quite an assumption of you to make, to go from like, oh, you missed a single rehearsal to, you must be on death's door. It was quite amusing.
Ow.
Danny says, the real world has too many real world problems these days. Pixel problems are much better.
True that. This is totally working, by the way.
Oh yeah, I hope we're not like harming the audience that much, but I do want the audience to know that Sean is attacking the computer mounting brackets with a pair of pliers to flatten everything out. I'm finding it amusing, but I'm sure that some people will find this absolutely horrific.
In fairness, all I'm doing is bending the little tabby bits back into the flat piece of sheet metal that they came from.
Yeah.
So it's fine.
I mean, I'm not finding it horrific at all because I'm used to pixel stuff. I'm just letting because they may not be able to see clearly what you're doing. I'm just letting the stream know.
I need to go and find my Stumpy Phillips. Back again soon.
Oh gosh.
So much BRB, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's fine. You could at least take your walk and talk with you.
Yeah, all right. See, we did half plan for this.
We did. We planned for Sean to just be the most mobile person in the world.
because in this box somewhere, the problem is though, if I've got this walking around the microphone, you can't actually hear me. So I might just pick up this box full of tools that apparently has a fan on it as well. Whoopsie.
What do you mean I can't hear you? I can hear you perfectly fine, Sean.
Well, I was talking to myself in the kitchen. Ooh.
The problem is you can't hear me.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like I could. I've got good ears. You've got good ears. We're fine.
You need a soundboard so you can add screaming and squishing effects over the top of it.
Soundboards here get abused. It's something that I've done too often, and then you give somebody else the buttons and it goes pear-shaped real quick.
Yeah, I'm not a
Looks
fan.
at Harris.
Looks at Harris. I'm not a fan of soundboards. I don't really see the point.
So, I think my stumpy screwdriver's in here. Sorry, microphone. This is fine.
Wait, hang on.
Ooh, scissors.
I've got a thing for this. Oh, it's in the wrong scene.
Spirit level that shouldn't be in there.
Hang on.
Knife. Clampy thing. Oh golly. Why have I taken this all out and not found what I want? I mean, of course that's what's happened. Alright.
Soundboards of text-to-speech. No.
Oh! On the plus side, I found the coffee machine screwdriver.
Use the coffee machine screwdriver.
Yeah, coffee machines have got to have a screwdriver. How else do you get the shower screen out to wash it properly?
142, 182, 169.
And anyone who's ever worked with a coffee machine and doesn't take their shower screen out, shame on you. Do-do-do.
142.
Alright, tiny green screwdriver.
142.
Gonna be out the back somewhere. Maybe.
182.
Nope, not where it lives, that's for sure.
Oh gosh. That's that's sounding a little bit terrible because Sean's quite far away, but oh well. 169.
Alright. I know where this is heading. This is heading to
I'm going to mute Sean
unfortunate.
because until he leaves the back, because gosh, that's some bad noise. There we go. I've got the meme on this scene now, so that we can "this is fine" things. Oh, the jazz just ran out. Why is autoplay on? Gross. Sorry, Strom. I've looped the jazz back again. Evil laughter? No, evil laughter is not allowed.
So do I have a socket in this kit that goes down to small enough that I can put a screwdriver bit in it? That's the question. I'm going to swap mics back.
Also, we've discovered that if you're in the back room, that mic...
Mic drops out?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. So I bought RF mics because I didn't think we'd actually use them all that often, and I thought they'd be fine, and they kind of are, but you know. These don't get small enough. Alright. I guess I just wing it. Let's see how that goes.
What could possibly go wrong?
Alright. Are you back on the other mic?
Yeah. Sorry, you could have put that mic down yonks ago.
Any more news from chat while I've been...
Chat is demanding a soundboards of text-to-speech with evil laughter, which I'm promptly ignoring the request for. Because
Excellent. Sounds horrible.
Yep, it does sound horrible.
I love that we just ignore our audience and do what we want.
Yep. Well, I mean, we've actioned a couple of items that they requested. They requested that we put the link to the show on
That's true.
on Discord
In the logical place
in the
on
logical
Discord.
place on Discord, and we did that. And
Yep.
they asked to rename channel points to cable ties, which we've done.
So this is the hackiest way to ever use a screwdriver, by the way.
Oh, I love this method of screwdrivering.
So we're using a screwdriver tip.
Yep,
And some pliers.
A set of pliers.
You have to be able to put
No.
enough, like, forwards force on it that the screwdriver doesn't want to just jump out, but it works. It's just shonky as heck, but welcome to Pixel. Is there going to be a point where I can stop saying that? Like, I feel like we've been making the shop a bit prettier and kind of, there's not as many visible cable ties or milk crates anymore. Like,
Gosh, I don't think there's ever. I think in order for that to be a thing, you're gonna have to like rearrange the cultural memory of what Pixel is.
yeah,
Because the cultural memory of what Pixel is that it's all cable
Is
ties
shonky.
and milk crates, and it's super shonky. And you continue to do things that reinforces that by like
yeah, but I hide it better these days.
you're hiding it better, but you're still not like fully hiding it. It would need to be like completely hidden from sight, and
true.
like there would have to be no visible shonk in order for us to even get to the point where we could.
But would everybody leave at that point?
I don't know. I think you built a sufficiently like.
That they'll put up with a non-shonky shop?
I don't think the reason why the Pixel community is here is because they love
I'm not sure about that
a
anymore.
super shonky shop.
Power switch on off? Oh.
Danny says, it's me, you know, from in person, not to pay attention to every third suggestion.
Yeah. Yeah. Seems about right. Power switch on off?
We need to do a Pixel neural hack to replace all memories of cable ties with a weird DIY. Cable ties like a weird DIY Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah. Apparently.
Gosh, I love that. I love that joke, and I don't know if I want to tell Sean what it is.
Yeah, go on. Why not?
Is shonk spelled SHONK or SEANK?
Yeah, the latter. Don't you forget it. Oh no. Why? Okay. I need. Which side of bits have I got? Which side of bits have I got? You do that. You are gonna be annoyingly up there.
Gosh, I don't think I can remember what Ghost in the Shell is. I feel like I've read it before, but it's been so long that
It's that really well produced. Ooh, that could just plug into there. That's a bit shonky, but shonky. I'm just gonna roll with it. I like it.
Shonky.
Ghost in the Shell is the. I think it. Oh, hang on, no.
I feel like it's a book.
I'm thinking of Akira. Never mind.
Oh, no. I know what Akira is. Akira is like that anime where they made it from a manga, but like the first half of it is the first 20% of the story, and the second half of it is the last 20% of the story, and there's no context for the middle bit.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'm pretty sure Ghost in the Shell is a book.
1, 2, 3. That's not gonna fit. Okay. Figuring out my power cables again. And also my SSDs. Where am I going to put my SSDs? Do you want a beer?
Sure.
Seltzer or a session IPA? It's the Shikawasa though. It's a
Session
good
IPA.
seltzer. Cool. I'm just going to give you the can.
Oh, right. Oh, it's a manga. Maybe I've read that manga. Maybe that's why I think it's a book. I've read some manga. I'm not a huge manga reader, though.
I think I've flattened the wrong ones. I think this is going to be a problem. because of how low the cage comes down.
Danny says that Ghost in the Shell is your primary reference for cyberpunk in anime. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I don't have...
Yeah, that's definitely the wrong one.
I don't have a lot of cyberpunk references in anime. I don't think I've ever watched a cyberpunk anime. But that's because I've watched hardly any anime.
Oh, I've got a controversial topic.
Ooh, controversial topics. Go for it. I love controversy.
Cyberpunk the game.
Oh, it's a piece of trash.
Played it, enjoyed it.
Ooh, okay. Why did you enjoy it?
Because I went in with virtually no expectation. I was very content with a reasonably linear storyline. There was enough kind of like, ooh, piece of candy for me to sort of be entertained to go off and do that random side gig thing. I didn't feel out-leveled. If anything, by the time I finished, I was over-level. But I didn't look anything up. I didn't learn anything. I just kind of went into it pretty fresh and just played it like any other game. But the most important part of why I didn't hate it was I wasn't a scrub and tried to play it on console, PC Master Race.
I'm also a member of the PC Master Race, and I still got into some game-killing bugs.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe I just played it slightly too early.
I don't know. I think I got on it reasonably early. What video card you got?
Oh gosh, I can't remember my computer specs off the top of
AMD
my
or
head.
Nvidia?
It wasn't a graphical glitch. I didn't get any of the graphical glitches. I got
Okay.
like an actual like soft lock your game glitch.
Oh. I actually think I got that once, but
And I didn't have any like
everything else that I've played glitched out just as much, if not more. Like even CK was crashing on me occasionally.
Oh, for me, it like I can deal with crashes, although I didn't get any. Like literally, it was the fact that I got a soft lock, which the current solution to it was like, oh, you need to have a save like at this point. And I was like, I do not have that save.
No, fuck that.
And then they released a patch which supposedly fixed that one.
Yeah.
And then I immediately ran into a different glitch, which then soft locked it and required a save that was even earlier in in the thing. And it's just like I definitely don't have that save.
Yeah, okay, that
and
sounds
I'm like
awful.
2/3 of the way through the game.
So I suspect I lucked out and just got like a problem-free playthrough.
But even then, I was not having fun with the 2/3 that I did play through. Hang on, sorry. Let's just let chat catch up. Hayden says their first Ghost in the Shell experience was the PS1 game demo, and it was the freaking best, crawling around buildings with a bug mech. Aussie Shadows says hello.
Hey, Maddie's here.
Danny says Cyberpunk was a ridiculous undertaking for their 5th game.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. They reached too high.
Also, my suspicions were correct, Sean. Aussie Shadow wasn't at work. They slept in. And now they're rushing to work.
No rushing.
I don't know. I guess I kind of had the opposite to you. It's not that I had a lot of expectations going in, because I don't have any expectations about... Also, Maxi Kitty agrees, but I don't know what Maxi Kitty is agreeing to. And I also don't know who, like... Hello, welcome to the chat, Maxi Kitty. I don't know how long you've been lurking around. I don't know what you're agreeing to. I guess, for me, I am an avid reader of the cyberpunk genre.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of experience in that general space. So the fact that they told just like the most... It's essentially... To me, my experience of Cyberpunk was like the most kitchen sink approach to a Cyberpunk story.
Yeah, I'll pay that.
So I didn't enjoy the storytelling. And then I played Cyberpunk 20, the tabletop role-playing game, 2031, I think, or whatever it was. I can't actually remember now. So I have played in that world before, and I love that world.
And I guess that's where I'm coming at it with an advantage of having zero reference for any of the story, the universe, the anything.
And I found what they did to the world in order to make it, because original Cyberpunk wasn't a kitchen sink Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
So they made changes to it to make it a kitchen sink Cyberpunk. And I'm like, you've kind of like fucked with the world in a way which is not interesting.
Yeah.
So like to me it was like, and also because it was like a tabletop role-playing game adaptation, I was vaguely expecting it to be like, you know, a type of game that I could play, not a first-person shooter, which I suck at. And then my additional experience on top of that is like, I suck at first-person shooters. I don't like engaging with this gameplay model. Oh, well, there's an option for being like a super stealthy character, which takes the FPSing out of it, so I can at least run it as like a Dishonored style game where I'm just scoring backstabs and stuff.
Which is how I played as well.
But then I got into a fight with one of the boss fights, and you can't you can't solve a boss fight with sneaking.
Yep.
And it's just like, oh, okay, so you're telling me that
My whole build
build
is a problem.
is absolutely bullshit and will
Yep.
never work.
Thanks.
Thanks, game.
Yeah.
I really love the fact that the way that I've been playing the game up until now has been completely invalidated because of an arbitrary gameplay like decision. Because it's like, oh, my entire build is I do hacks and I do sneaking around, and it was fine up until the first boss fight. And like after that point, I'm like, well, this is utter bullshit. So yeah, that was my experience of Cyberpunk. And then, of course, I got 2/3 of the way in and encountered a soft locking bug where I couldn't progress anymore. And it's just like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Yeah.
Aussie Shadow says, I'm not embarrassed to say that I'd never heard of the series till this new one. I think that's completely standard. I think you need to be like an absolute tabletop RPG nerd to have any amount of familiarity with Cyberpunk before 2077 came out.
Yeah, I didn't know until people started bringing in like lore reference stuff and tabletop games and stuff when Cyberpunk was coming close, and they're like, oh, blah, 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 you might be interested in this. I'm like, oh my golly, this is a thing. And then I ignored it.
Oh gosh, I need to scroll up in chat a little because the things are coming too fast. What I hear of CD Cyberpunk 2077 is nice world building but underutilized. So typical of CD Projekt Red, where it's a good start for revision and expansion before sequels, but in this case was crazy hyped compared to what they could stumble through with original Witcher.
Speaking of, so I played the CDPR games backwards. I played Cyberpunk before I played The Witcher, and felt like interacting with random peasants on the street was so quickly repetitive that I was really surprised by it. And then I went to The Witcher 3 and I'm like, oh, this is so incredibly familiar. Like, they literally have one line. Like, whenever I TP into the signpost in front of Crow's Nest or whatever it is in The Witcher 3, they tell the exact same story word for word. There's no variation, and it's like, okay, like, yeah. So I should have probably had my expectations set a little bit by that in CD Projekt Red, because I think even GTA does a better job of like variations in civilians talking to each other.
Yeah. And then Mad Jenny also says, a GTA approach to Deus Ex was probably also the only real option, since if they did a tactical approach, that would have been complained as a derivative to Harebrained's Shadowrun games. Actually, I haven't played Harebrained's Shadowrun games. Are they good? I'm vaguely familiar, but I guess at the same time, like, in retrospect, it was CD Projekt Red, so they were going to do some kind of like first or third person. I can't actually remember what the Witches are. Third. So some kind of third person thing with shooting in it. So, like, I guess I should have known. It's just more, I'm so used to the idea that, oh, you're doing an adaptation of a tabletop role-playing game. It's probably going to be a kind of game that I'd play. So really, like, that's on me because I just didn't like look up what the game was before I was like, oh yeah, no, it's, you know, it's this setting that I like, because I really just turned up for the setting. That's my buy-in. And like, gosh, even then, I've never been a huge fan of CD Projekt Red. Like, I don't like the Witcher games. Controversial opinion, I guess.
Why do PDF manuals have to be in a zip file, MSI? I'm just looking up the front I/O headers.
I don't know. Is that like a super controversial opinion to have? Like, I'm not a fan of. I think most people turned up for the setting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Sorry, absolutely. Most people turned up for the setting, or absolutely
that.
Yeah. And for me, that's the big reason why I'm not a fan of it, because it's just like, oh, most people turned up for the setting and then they fucked up the setting.
Yeah.
Haven't played enough because such a long backlog, but dabbled a bit after the Kickstarter. and Shadowrun is a nice tactics approach throwback to the SNES games. Okay. I haven't played a lot of SNES games, so I don't know.
What the heck?
I don't really know how to process that. Probably something partway between Fallout Tactics and Disco Elysium. Okay, I know Disco Elysium. Haven't played Fallout Tactics, but I know Disco Elysium at least, so I can vaguely follow. You know what? Like, really, to be honest, I think Disco Elysium is essentially what I wanted. I wanted Disco Elysium, but set in the world of Cyberpunk. Which, like, CD Projekt Red was never going to give us. I guess also this is my opinion is vaguely colored by the fact that I was vaguely aware of a whole bunch of controversy in the like promo material and creation of the game that they said was like, oh no, it's completely fine, and then I played the game and it's like, you said it was completely fine, but it kind of isn't. That kind of like political-ish controversy is not something that we should really be diving into on this super chill computer building stream. Aussie Stato said, I was browsing Sean's games and realized I haven't played any first-person shooter... Wait.
Sounds about right.
Realized I haven't played any first-person shooter, any similar games since Unreal Tournament. I have so much to learn.
Call of Duty 4 was excellent.
Matt Denny, I should check my Humble Bundle library because I probably have some spare copies of Shadowrun floating around in my bundle history. I mean, in that case, I probably have some Shadowrun floating around in my Humble Bundle history. Gosh.
Do you know what really grinds my gears?
What?
When motherboard manufacturers stipulate positive and negative on switches. They're just switches. They're not even real switches. They're momentary switches. Why do they need to be polarized?
Why not?
No, why?
In this heavily polarized environment, we sort of need some, some stupid artificial polarization.
Bullshit.
I agree. I'm being facetious.
I know.
Aussie Shadow is apologizing because they're getting dressed. I don't know why they're apologizing for that. You need to get dressed in order for you to go to work.
Yeah, I don't know.
Call of Duty, haven't played that in 8 years.
Well, that's roughly when 4 was out, so we're talking about the same thing. It's fine.
And then like my motherboard, ha ha ha. I don't really get the context.
What?
The Artful Salad Dodger says nice mixer. Oh, I guess they're looking at our mixer board. Aussie Shadows has apparently played COD 2.
Same, but better. And with a keyboard and mouse, so, infinitely better. That's a console burn for anybody who wasn't paying attention.
Oh, yeah. We are both members of the glorious PC Master Race, so you expect some serious...
console hate?
Expect some serious console hate. Yes, this is indeed the MG10XU. I'm glad that you have the 12. Overkill, but very nice. I don't know, I've never seen the 12, so... I feel like we get a lot of usage out of the 10.
Yeah, it's... I probably use Lil Silver more often these days, but it's so nice having the extra channels when we need it.
Little Silver is mostly useful for everything. It is quite nice.
But when you've got more than 2 mics, you just break out the big board.
Break out the big board.
Bigger board. Snippety snip, it's time. I thought I'd be able to keep those ones, but no.
Snippety snip?
Snippety snip.
It's okay, you'll be
That
up.
must be power LED. Oh, maybe I just don't plug that in, and then it won't be a problem.
Maybe.
Why would power LED be on? Yeah, whatever. Anyway, doesn't matter. All right. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
So other than the Witcher games, are you playing through anything interesting at the moment? Also, I don't think we've done a review of the Bad Shepherd homegrown apple juice.
Oh, that's yum. I love this. I think it's called a session IPA, and that's exactly what it is. I could drink that all day and be quite happy. It's what makes it homegrown is it's actually Victorian grown hops yeast. It's the hops, barley, I suppose, grain, whatever it is they put in it. And it's the Melbourne yeast that they had to get from the vaults in America somewhere.
Ah. It's the Melbourne yeast that they had to get from America.
No, because nobody uses Melbourne yeast anymore for anything. So trying to source it locally didn't exist, but somebody's got like a yeast archive.
I mean, that makes sense.
Sounds like such a problem, but...
No, to me it makes perfect sense.
No, it does, but you know, like...
And that's an imperial pale apple juice, just for anyone...
Yeah, that's the
just
one.
for anyone asking what IPA stands for. Aussie Shadows reckons a yeast archive sounds gross.
It does, doesn't it? It sounds like a yeast infection.
I don't know. This could just be like me going from my perspective of like seed libraries and.
Have you seen new Star Trek? Discovery?
No, actually, I have not. I have not watched New Trek.
As long as you go in with the expectation of it not being old Trek, because it's not Monster of the Week anymore, it's not like episodic as much as it was, it's kind of a movie across a season. I think it's really good. I really enjoy it.
I guess for me, I'm not a huge fan of, and this could just be because I have very little context for like modern television, but I'm not a fan of like watching TV and instead of it being a TV, like what I consider to be, it's a TV episodic structure. It's just a movie that's been split up over, a season of TV.
Yep.
I'm not a huge fan of that. I find it kind of annoying.
Yep.
Like I'm currently watching through Marvel's Loki, and I'm experiencing this thing where it's like I'm having fun, but this is essentially a really long movie that's being split up. It's not a TV show.
Star Trek Discovery does it a little bit better than that. It's not grossly such that that's the case, but it definitely is a lot more so than the old ones were. But where I was going with that was they have a galactic seed library that different races take it in turns to look after for a generation at a time and stuff like that. And it was something that I'd never even really considered as being a thing, and I'm glad to hear that by the sounds of it, it actually exists.
Oh yeah, no, we have several seed libraries. Hilariously enough, a lot of them are like they were built by the USSR.
Oh, cool.
And we've kind of just like internationalized them.
Yeah.
It's actually hilarious. I think Stalin was the one who really established them a lot because he was all about while like the US and stuff were modernizing their agriculture. So it's just like, we're gonna do our agriculture by building machines and fertilizing and pesticiding and stuff like that. Over in the USSR, they were all about the idea that like genetic manipulation essentially was like the way to go.
Yep.
And establishing like massive banks of like different seed varietals and like breeding them together to see what you can get out on like a mass scale of and like agricultural breeding optimization essentially, which is very, very cool as an idea. And ultimately, just like in all things, the actual solution is kind of like to meet somewhere in the middle and do a bit of both.
Yep.
But like a lot of the groundwork was done by the USSR.
That's really cool.
And it was almost destroyed by the good old World War IIs.
Yeah. Makes sense.
it's actually the whole reason why the Operation Barbarossa was so hell-bent on taking Stalingrad.
Was for the seed library?
Yep.
Really?
It was literally for the seed library.
That's so cool.
Because that was like the oh gosh, it has an awesome name. It was like the Soviet Center for Plant Excellency or something like that.
Of course it did, yeah.
Hang on, I'm actually going to look this up because it is a badass name.
I don't know if I have enough IO for this. What I need to figure out is whether or not the M2 takes SATA ports, because it does on a lot of machines.
The Institute of Plant Industry. And it's got an amazing, like, amazingly cool story about it. Because obviously you would know of the famous siege of Leningrad, where essentially like they tried to starve out the citizenry and stuff like that.
Yep.
They had a seed library in the middle of Leningrad.
SATA 5 and 6 are unavailable if you're using an M.2 port. Okay.
The thing to note about what a seed library is it's essentially a big collection of like preserved food goods. So, you know, in theory, at any point, they could have just distributed that as like food relief, essentially, like turning the seed library into a food relief.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
But they didn't. And, you know, the scientists who were like tending to the seed library definitely were not excused from the horrors of that siege. And in fact, a whole bunch of them were literally like, you know, they starved to death while preserving this food library.
Jesus.
Like the guy who was in charge of nuts, for example, like was literally found at their desk, like while they were like processing some peanuts.
That's pretty full on.
Like literally, they could have.
Yeah.
They could have broken in, and in an interview with some of the surviving scientists, they're like, "Why would we, it never even crossed our minds? Like, we're literally there guarding something which was like for the future of humanity, sort of thing.
Yeah.
It was not even a point where we were thinking we'd eat the food." So there you go, hardcore story.
It's a good story.
I don't know.
I thought it was a good story.
I'm trying desperately to create content here. Hayden says the Institute of Planting the Trees, and then they apologize for that. Big Bradle says that's dedication. Yeah, like totally. Hilarious dedication. I guess like the sad part about that is the guy in charge of creating that institution had already been like executed. And had nothing to do with the German invasion. He was executed for other reasons, for Soviet reasons.
For Soviet reasons.
Oh, gosh. History. It's full of like all of these great stories of like human dedication to the future, and it's also just filled with all kinds of stories of horror. And it's unfortunate that often those stories occur in the same places.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently chat enjoyed me telling some really depressing stories. So
seems likely.
You're welcome, chat. I can provide this service on demand. I have so many vaguely depressing stories stored in my head.
All right, we're going to modify the cage.
We're modifying the cage?
Yep.
What's your plan for cage modification, Sean? Talk us through it.
We're going to do one, and then we're going to use it as a guide for everything else. I'm going to eyeball it. And then we're going to say there.
Brr.
And then I need a scrapey bit, or maybe just a pen, but a scrapey bit's closer. Have we lost everybody yet because we've stopped being entertaining, or are you being entertaining enough that we're good?
I think we're fine. Hang on a second. I just need to put the censorship bar up.
Oh, that hole's really close.
There you go. And then there's the modern political industrial complex where we just eat the future instead. I don't want to talk about modern politics. Hang on. The censor bar's not quite in the right place. Aussie Shadow likes the story of the first webcam. I don't think I know the story of the first webcam. How about you type it in chat and then I'll read it out to everyone in my dulcet, vaguely depressing tones.
It's likely to be about porn if it's from him.
Oh, okay. In that case, please do not tell us the story of the first webcam.
Sorry, Maddie.
This is a very much a not that.
It might not be.
Don't move the. Oh, gosh.
What?
I'm trying to protect chat from knowing what you're doing to your cage.
Why?
Because it's hilarious.
It's fine.
Look at the. It's literally fine, Sean. Look at the preview.
Yeah, exactly. Don't worry about it.
Apparently, no. It's about coffee. Wasn't being specific, just broad conspiracy stuff, probably since the Industrial Revolution to some extent. Also, Aussie Shadow says, but fair assumption.
Yeah.
Look, random distraction is back again. Okay, I think we're good. I think we don't need to hide Sean trashing mechanical components anymore. Gosh.
We might.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll bring it back. Look it up quickly, it's great. I don't have a lot of screen real estate, okay? Okay, chat? You're assuming a lot about my availability of screen real estate. Arrgh.
These holes are in very inconvenient places.
That's what she said.
Yeah, I was waiting for that actually. Although not from you.
Development of webcams.
Alright, let's just see what happens if I put one screw in there.
The history of the webcam.
Nope, that doesn't work at all.
The idea of the webcam dates back to 1991, when Cambridge University researchers began looking for a way to remotely monitor the coffee pot in the Trojan room of the computer science department. The researchers wanted to be able to see the coffee pot from their desks so that they could tell whether the pot was empty. That way, the researchers wouldn't have to waste a trip to the Trojan room for coffee before it was ready. The first strategy the researchers used in 1991 was to train a digital camera on the coffee pot and wire it to their computers. A specialized software allowed the researchers to view the camera's image. Sounds about right.
Yep. Totally legit reason.
Lazy academics inventing something so that they could be lazy? 100% a thing.
Alright, this is about to get proper proper shonky.
Do I need to get the sensor bar up again, or are we good?
No, we're fine. Alright, this goes... Oh, that might not even reach. Motherfucker. Alright, time to put the power supply in. Where is it? There it is. Outside in, outside in.
Hang on a second. I've just noticed that that computer has more chats in it than this computer does.
Oh, that's odd.
Am I just like missing the bottom part? I am.
It's not ideal.
Oh gosh. Okay, I'm so sorry, Chad. I've literally been missing the bottom 4 posts because of the way that the screen is set up.
Blame the screen.
I am. I'm going to happily blame the screen because it is exactly the reason why I missed it. Okay, right. Why are you censoring the mechanical alterations? I'm saving innocent chat from watching Sean do Sean things. Apparently, Aussie Shadow believes in us. I don't know why. Aussie Shadow tried to beat me into saying that's what she said, but I apparently got there first.
Yay, Twitch delay.
Lem4i just realized how big the tower is.
This is the small one.
This is the small one, Lem4i. You missed the ridiculous one, which was hilarious. With the
1989 Ford laser radiator.
yeah, with the Ford laser radiator strapped to the side as its cooling system. Just for a social poll, on which base you make it, AMD or Intel?
This is old Intel. So this is oh, I can't even remember. Did we figure out what chip it was before?
Yeah, we
About
did.
2011. Hang on.
I can't remember. It was a while ago.
It's on an X99 board, so they don't make those anymore. So you know, this is just a rebuild, not a build.
Yeah. We're cannibalizing 2 computers.
BRB.
We're cannibalizing 2 computers together.
Basically going to a quieter box.
Yeah, because surprisingly enough, a radiator from a car makes a fair amount of noise. Missing the bottom 4 posts is the difference between a table and a floor. I agree. I think at the moment we're both. I'm definitely more of an AMD person nowadays, and I think Sean's the same. For modern releases, AMD or Intel?
I haven't bought new hard. Hang on.
Yeah, get. Oh gosh.
I haven't been in a position to be buying modern processors for quite some time, and from what I remember, honestly, I think there wasn't enough difference in the use case that I would generally be using stuff to jump on the AMD wagon. I know that they're like multi-core, like particular use case things are kind of blowing some of the Intel stuff out of the way for some purposes, but I think it was kind of still close enough that I've been Intel for so long now that I'm kind of just a little bit scared of how poorly some of the AMD stuff seems to age. It's almost as if some of the tech that gets designed and implemented to win these benchmarks when they're cool, it is great, but it drops off in 5 years. Like, it doesn't have the same sort of continued support as a lot of the Intel stuff kind of does. I'm not sure how true that is of processor tech in as much as it is definitely true of video card tech. I know my 6-year-old AMD NVIDIA GPU still works, and my 6-year-old AMD GPU, you can't even get drivers for it. So it's kind of, because I am somebody who uses a lot of old hardware for random things, because, you know, let's have 10 computers, not one. I would probably go tried and trusted Intel. Sorry to be a fanboy.
Mad Denny says that their AMD is way better right now, the current tech, and that's coming from a long-term Intel fan.
And and I don't doubt that they're better right now, but show me those same chips in 5 years.
Yeah. That we also know full well that Danny is sort of like a very using an up-to-date sort of system. So potentially different focuses. I'm currently using AMD for my stuff just because I recently rebuilt and AMD just blew Intel out of the water on stats, and I've been going fine with my system. Then again, my system's only like 3 years old at the moment, I think. So we'll see in the next, if I'm still around in 2 to 3 years, we'll see how that's going. We can report back. Lem 4i says, some call it cannibalizing. I would rather call it rational use. I don't know if we can call things that we do here at Pixel rational use, given that the aforementioned old case had as its cooling system the radiator from a Ford Laser.
It was fine.
And its water reservoir, because the original computer had no water reservoir, is a Jim Beam bottle. It's why the new chips coming end of this year are such a big make or break point for Intel. And then Aussie Seto says, maybe due to the fact I'm walking down a main road, I'm having a hard... Maybe the fact I'm walking down a main road and I'm hard of hearing, but I can't hear overly well. That's probably that. We are pretty close to our maximum volume. I mean, Sean, you can't hear Sean at all because Sean's on the other side of the room and didn't bring a mic with him. So there's that. But this is about as loud as we can safely make our stream for you. So it is probably those two factors. I apologize that we are not sufficiently loud to overpower a main road. Okay, sweet, making sure.
So I'm using this video card because it keeps disappearing in this case.
So Sean is using this video card because it keeps disappearing in this
I make
case.
It work, and then it just keeps telling me that it doesn't exist. So hopefully it works in my machine.
So yeah, we're cannibalizing a video card out of another machine to put into this machine because apparently it keeps dropping off. This is the third computer. I just love hearing screams in my ears. Don't forget to put your mic on, Sean.
Sorry, I was up a ladder. Hand holding a dynamic whilst climbing a ladder and pulling the computer down was probably not a great plan.
No, it's definitely not. Live subtitling for the stream? No, I'm not going to live subtitle the stream.
That'd be impressive.
If I could do that, it would
Yeah,
be
you
impressive.
just have Notepad up and type what I'm saying. There you go.
It would be impressive. I just don't think I could do it. If I use my good phone, it has live subtitles. But I
Yeah,
need
actually,
that
so does
battery to
mine.
last all shift. I've never really investigated what subtitling tech is out there because I'm sort of the exact opposite. My ears are good, my eyes are shit.
I just know it exists because it turns on automatically all the time. Not automatically. It's like under the volume rocker. Not the rocker, under the volume thing in the GUI.
Gosh, I'm falling behind. I need to session this sessional apple juice more.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I've been running my mouth, and I take such small sips. Speech to text for if you want even more dysfunctional automations than text to speech. Subtitles are live. On my Pixel phone, I always accidentally press it, and it just subtitles from what it hears. Gosh, I can only imagine, based on how terrible text-to-speech is, I can only imagine how bad speech-to-text is. I look forward to I guess I might have to use speech to text on a phone. If I've got a keyboard in front of me, I can touch type. Gosh. I have not made anywhere near
This is asshole design. So, sorry,
interjecting with some relevant whinging about computer tech. Go for it.
So, this modular cable
Mm-hmm.
it has one purpose. It's an 8-pin for your motherboard, right?
Yep.
Why the hell wouldn't you make the modular side of it the same layout as the motherboard side of it? So it didn't matter which way around you plug it in.
I agree.
But no, it's not. That is all.
There we go. Thus ends the rant. What was I saying? Aussie Sado says, teach us, senpai.
To whinge about Corsair. I don't like whinging about Corsair. They're generally good.
Feed them back and forth to each other like those screaming, talking tabby apps.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. And then, because that sounds logical, is the reason why they haven't done that, says Aussie Shadow.
True.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. I was complaining about the fact that I've made nowhere near enough preparations for my upcoming inability to see. Like, you'd think I would have taught myself Braille by now, but I really haven't.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's on my list of things to do. Apparently, I considered it way more important that I learn how to listen to audiobooks.
Well, yeah, kinda. It seems like a superior medium. No, I guess not, because you're at the whim of how somebody else you can't brain it as much.
I don't know. Now that I've gotten good at it, it's kind of like, it works.
What was I doing? Probably should have had my brain drugs today, hey?
No, it makes it more hilarious if you're just ADHDing around. I'm going to do a BRB.
Alright, I guess that means I have to pay attention.
So you have to pay attention to chat now.
Alright, I figured out the logic here. So this one is split because sometimes you want 4-pin and sometimes you want 8. So that one definitely goes here. But why has that got so much curl in it? Who freaking knows? So that goes there.
There you go, Sean.
And I should have put that in before the power supply because I've got giant hands. But this is fine. There we go. I did at least put the CPU fan in. That's good. Okay, cool. One down. One to go. No, one gazillion to go. Alright, where do you want to go? 6-pin and 4-pin and 4+4 CPU. Really? It goes in the same hole. Oh, that's why they did it that way. Alright then, fair enough. And so they're pairing it off the same rail as video card. Righto. Guess that's fair. Video card, speaking of. Let's do that. Alright, what does this say? I have my level up drugs yesterday. Boop, boop, boop. Is that like a green mushroom? No, that's a 1-up. Have a nice stream. Bye. I'm assuming that's a bye. Sorry for some really real photos. Science brown warnings on hot surfaces. Yeah, I saw that on Reddit as well. What am I doing? I've lost my bit. Nope, this is the bit that I want, I think. Yes, because I already halfway plugged it in, maybe. Is it? Nope, that's that bit. PCI Express, where have you gone? There you are. That's the wrong power supply. That's the other power supply. Oh, there it is. So many. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. I failed at being entertaining. Not the same as video card, but might need a capture card. Apparently Xbox Companion can't stream the new Series Xbox. Really? So either use old Xbox or get a capture card. Holy crap, that's really weird. Okay. Well, capture cards aren't crazy expensive, but it's annoying, and you'll be able to fit it in your machine, but I can't remember if it's going to have to go in that 8 slot, because you don't really want it to go in that 8 slot, because if it does, it's going to take bandwidth away from your video card, which will suck balls. So you might be better off getting a USB one, which I don't really want to recommend, but partly this is the reason I would always put in a full-size board if you're going to use a full-size case. Because I remember the 1X slot that's in front of your video card you're not going to be able to use because it's too close. It's under your video card, in fact.
Mm.
And just for anybody who wasn't paying attention earlier when we said this, I'm building this for me, I'm not building it for anybody else, so if it's a bit slapdash, it fucking is what it is. So I'm just doing what I want to do in the way that I want to do it.
You say that, but also at the same time, I was vaguely expecting this to be like,
Hard hack and slash.
no, it's more like I was expecting this to be like a 2-hour stream.
Oh, yeah, sorry. It's, well,
I had no idea this was going to be
complicated computers.
this was going to be like a 6-hour stream.
Soz. Hope you had nowhere to be apart from sleeping. Hope you weren't planning on doing anything other than sleeping.
I was planning on going to Vic Roads.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
We'll see if I have enough time. I do have to go do some sing-song after this as well. But that's not until the evening.
I'm honestly not that far away now.
Nah, I think we're good. I was just more like, you say it's slapdash, but actually it's
Kind of taking way
kind
longer
of
than it
taken
should.
way longer than a
Yeah.
slapdash job should.
Sort of why I've been putting it off. And I'm going to have to look something else up on my phone because I can't remember the bandwidth allocation of the different PCIe slots on this board.
Oh, gosh.
Because that's super fun for stream information. But did you know you should be picking and choosing which PCIe slots you use very carefully? Because on page 21, it's going to tell me the lane allocation.
The lane allocations.
So, bandwidth, 3-way.
So this is a ginger beer.
This is a Shikawasa and ginger seltzer.
Yeah, but seltzers are alcoholic. Ginger beer isn't.
Oh, right. Yes, I understand.
This is a Shikawasa non-alcoholic ginger beer.
I'm fairly sure this is a 40-lane CPU, which means I get 3 times 16 or... One, 3, and 5. 1, 3, 5. No, 1, 3, and 6. And phone call. Good afternoon, this is Sean. Hello. You're on the internet, by the way.
Please don't say bugger or fuck.
Yeah, we're currently doing a bullshit chat to the internet while I rebuild my computer stream.
Oh, right. Yes, I just realized you were still listening right now.
Yeah, it's taken time. Two big dumb cases to have to pull apart and make a mess with, so it's taking longer than it should.
I see. So you're on the air right now.
Yep, and the phone's probably close enough to the microphone that's stuck to my shirt that people can probably hear you.
Yeah, we can hear exactly what you're saying.
Okay, cool. Well then, what if I need to speak to you about some work stuff?
Is it something you can speak to me about in about an hour and a half?
It'd be better to tell you right now.
Then I'm gonna take this microphone and clip it to this little doodad and go for a wander, and Will can entertain the people.
Oh gosh. Me entertaining the people again? Hi, Lucanus. What up, Dingus Bingus? How it going? Entertain me. Oh gosh. So I was watching this real garbage. I can't even remember what it was. I think it was Sims Medieval stream the other day, and it was real terrible. The hosts, they weren't great at doing internet content. They somehow had like Twitch affiliate status, but I don't really understand how they got there because like the content quality was so terrible. My phone crashed as I sent the OBS garbage. I don't even know what the OBS garbage is that you were trying to send. I feel like I've missed some context here. I'll come to Pixel and I will beat you up. I mean, you probably would win if you tried. That said, I am near my weapon. Actually, am I near my weapon? I'd have to like jump for my weapon in order to defend myself. But I'm sure that would make some interesting content. No weapons allowed. Well, you fool. I'm always armed with a weapon. It's part of my like build that I get a weapon because my my Sims Medieval stream was actually trash. So to be honest, fair comment. Hey, it could be worse. The last few streams that I did on my solo channel were Sudokus, but apparently Chrome is such a hog for like upload download that even just like trying to stream the screen with the Sudoku on it was just like crashing out Twitch, which was the most amusing thing ever because it's just like, it's a Chrome browser. What do you mean it's crashing Twitch with bandwidth problems? So, you know, you've been doing better than me. So, who am I to whinge about the quality of your streaming? Then again, also, like, Aussie Shadow's doing way better than both of us combined, so... Oh. Sean is back on camera, but not really. I'm gonna move the microphone over here because I don't know if that's sensitive enough that you can actually pick up what the dulcet Lucanus tones are saying.
Look, this week we are, yeah.
I'm also finally actually gonna buy myself a new mic. I was gonna do it today, but I'll probably miss PC case gear today. Getting a good mic. You think your phone's back? Welcome back, Aussie Shadow.
So the group that want in, if they want, if the earlier they can get in, the more time.
Gosh. It's just a stream where 4 people who stream are talking to each other. It's just meta. It's the meta stream hour. Sigh. Fun, interesting anecdotes. I was saying earlier before my phone restarted, the new Xbox Series isn't compatible with Xbox Companion app on PC, so either I need to stream from my old Xbox or get a capture card. I don't stream yet. Does this mean I should start? Woo, welcome to the meta house. I don't know. I don't recommend everyone stream. But like it's streams nowadays are like podcasts used to be. Everyone's got one and they're all garbage. Sean, are you gonna put that mic back on now that you're sitting down again?
I was gonna wait till I was done with the biscuit.
Oh, okay. I see you shoved a biscuit in your face.
I didn't think anybody would want to hear me chew.
Sea of Thieves is a game lousy with streamers. Aussie Shadow says, ouch. Aussie Shadow, I'm pretty sure amongst all of us present, your streams are like the most successful despite the very short period of time you've been doing them for.
Yeah, he's metagaming the shit out of it though. You should hear the theories.
The theories?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Aussie Shadows, are you using like proper SEO optimization and
No,
stuff like
no,
that?
no.
What's the
He's
metagame?
part of a
then?
cult.
Part of a cult.
Yep. It's like a cult of you polish my penis and I'll polish yours.
Oh. It sounds like a weird cult, but okay.
They like host each other and it kind of goes around and it's raids that are scheduled and things and stuff I don't understand and
That sounds like actually doing the Twitch thing properly, though.
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Cult.
Cult is a good word. Polish for days. I don't host them, I host you.
Aw, yay.
Gosh, we should start a cult.
A Twitch cult or an actual cult?
Both.
A
Independent.
machine cult?
All three, in fact. Gosh, I feel like at this point, Brad is down for a cult. Hang on. I feel like now that we're talking about machine cults, I need to do the. Did I accidentally close that? No.
1, 3, 5, 6. What is 4 on then? Where does PCIe 4 go? Alright. 3. But what are you? You're the bigger one. Alright. It's time to fill the board.
It's time to fill the board.
Yep.
Okay, hang on. I've got the quote now. For our machine cult.
Ooh.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I crave the strength and certainty of steel. I aspire to the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind cling to your flesh as if it will not decay and fail you. One day the crude biomass that you call a temple will wither, and you will beg my kind to save you. But I am already saved, for the machine is immortal.
Perfect.
There you go.
I'm so surprised there's not been like good films come out in this universe, right?
It's probably a licensing issue. My robe is blue and fluffy. Do we need to color coordinate? Yes, you need a red robe if you want to join the cult of machines. Is it BYO robes for the cult? Because I feel robe coordination would be half the battle in making the cult, assuming all cults have robes. Hang on. Let me go back to the stuff that I didn't read before I tabbed out to go get the Mechanicus quote. Big Brattle says, I'm down for a cult. Aussie Shadow says, I'm in. Mad Danny says, then we don't need to be lonely in online games because we'd always have cult player. Ducks down from thrown object. Is it BYO robes for a cult? Because I feel like robe coordination is nearly half the battle in making a cult, assuming all cults have robes. Yeah, it's BYO robe, but we'll coordinate. We'll like get a supplier. My robe is blue and fluffy. Do we need color coordination? 100%. Okay, I can do red. My chair and headset is red. Red goes vroom. The red ones do go faster. I know, it depends on which cult you want to join. Let's throw this over to Sean. Sean, if you were to start a cargo cult that's a pixel one,
Oh, what now?
like a cult that worships like items, because I feel like that's the most pixel cult that we would have.
Items.
Yeah.
What? But
Okay, so there's like a whole bunch of different kinds of cult out there, and I think like the most appropriate one is a cargo cult. So the concept of a cargo cult is like it's a cult that worships like junk or stuff. So you know your 40k lore, right?
Not well enough, obviously.
Well, no, I was going to say, do you know the Adaptus Mechanicus, the tech priests?
Yeah.
They're a cargo cult
Okay.
because they worship machines. As a solid example for what a cargo cult is. Or who are the people who worship the atomic bomb in Fallout? They're a cargo cult.
Yeah, okay.
Um,
Can you do me a favor?
maybe.
Can you Google these USB 2? Oh no, USB 1 and USB 2. Chipset numbers for me?
Sure. What are the numbers?
AS1142
AS1142.
and AS1042. Sorry, ASM1042.
And what was the other one? Sorry.
Also ASM1142.
ASM1142. Was the other one an ASM1142?
1042.
1042. 1042. What do you want me to tell you about?
Basically just which one's newer, I guess.
Release
Or what's different about them.
date. Let's get that one first.
I'd like to assume that the one that has a higher number and a newer looking port is probably the newer of the two. But you know what assuming does?
Makes an ass out of you.
Just me.
Gosh. Accept all, whatever.
Actually, let's just turn this on before we close the door on it and see what happens. That'll do. That'll be a good plan.
No, that's actually not at all what I want.
Ugh.
Fuck off. Let's just go for specs. There we go.
If it's too hard, don't worry about it, because I'm fairly sure I've just decided that I'm going to use both.
Thank you.
Sorry.
For at this point, I've already.
Halfway down the rabbit hole.
Yep. They both got the same bus type. So I guess the only other real thing to check is data rate. I think they both have the same data rate as well. I think more or less the same.
But one of them uses 4 PCIe lanes, the other only uses 1.
Yeah, I think that is the difference.
Okay.
One internal 4-pin. Let's get some more rows on this data sheet. Give me all of the datas.
So Maddie, if you're still there, this is the reason you ever need to buy a full-size motherboard, is because I have no more slots to populate.
I Brad tells me that the cult that worships the atomic bomb is the Children of Adam.
Oh, it is too.
Aussie Shadow says we need a pixel badge, icon, or pin. A pixel coat of arms, if you would.
I made that about a year before I opened the shop.
Embrace the material by all the cultist minis. I don't really...
That's not happening.
No. Seriously need a coat of arms for pixels or a logo that isn't just pixel in quotation marks.
Yeah, I know.
And yeah, as I say, like there is a logo concept floating around, which I kind of want to dig out, but I'm also aware of how many gazillion hours this is taking to do, so I'm probably not gonna.
Dig out now. No. Yeah. That could be like for a future thing.
Yeah, just somebody remind me. And then you can all laugh at my terrible
Send me the
illustrative
coat of
skills.
arms so I can see. I'm about to start work.
So I had a boring desk job at a company who shall remain nameless so that they don't know how much time I was wasting, where I... CPU fan 2? Huh. That's different. Boring desk job where I'm torn now. Do I plug my CPU fans into CPU fan 1 and 2, or do I plug them into the joiner that I have and plug them both into the same hole?
You tell me, Sean.
I think I'm going to plug them in the same hole, because why would I ever want them to do different voltages? Boring desk job. Lots of logo concepts for days that I made using GIMP and Inkscape, because I didn't want to install pirated software on their machines, because piracy is bad. And it was infuriating using software that's not quite Photoshop when you're reasonably well versed in actual Photoshop.
Yeah, gosh. I'm experiencing this problem at the moment now, actually, because I've switched over to trying to use GIMP now that Monash University is not giving every staff member a free...
Oh, they're not?
No, they've you have to apply for it.
Lame.
And I could probably try to like argue that my job requires it, but it really doesn't, because I don't actually ever make, like the last time I made something in an Adobe Suite product was during lockdown.
Yeah.
But I use it a lot. I just use it for not work related
yeah.
things.
Oh, that's a shame.
Brad says GIMP is a lot better than it to be.
Look, I'm sure
Sorry,
GIMP is
GIMP is a
actually...
lot better than it used to be, is what they're saying. Sorry, I'm just stuttering massively.
I suspect it is. The biggest problem I have with it is it's the buttons aren't in the same place, basically, and things aren't called the same, and
Yeah,
it's just unfamiliarity.
Very much my problem
Yeah.
as well. It's like I'm used to using Photoshop.
Yeah.
I don't really want to invest time in learning a new software.
Yep.
Hayden says Critter, which I assume is another one of these like
Open source variants.
Lol, GIMP Suite, says Aussie Shadows, who I thought had already left. Help, Sean, you'll know, what's the train station close to RMIT?
Melbourne Central.
No, not RMIT. What's the university that you're close to?
Oh, Glenferrie. Swinburne.
Yeah, Glenferrie, thank you.
All right, I think that'll do.
Sorry, coordinating stuff for later on today, and I just forgot the names of things and couldn't be bothered looking it up.
Yeah, fair enough.
Also, it's generating vague amounts of content. Vague content generation. That's the business we're in, right?
Damn right. Oh, blue tack. Do you think blue tack?
Do I think blue tack?
Has any light permeation? That might not be the right word, but you'll know what I'm on about.
No, I don't think I do.
If I shine a light through blue tack, will I be able to see through it?
If it's thin enough.
Yeah. How thin?
Moderately thin. blue tack is pretty opaque. Why do you want a blue tack?
Because I could have just like
light
plugged
through?
this whole thing with blue tack and just like smeared it over and it'd be good. Call it a day.
What's this whole thing?
You know that bit of clear plastic that the LEDs shine at that was broken from before and I said this is fucked and I threw it away?
Yeah. Nah, I don't think that would work.
No? Alright.
Brad came here for vague amounts of content. So I'm glad that we're providing vague amounts of content.
That's all that's on offer really.
Yeah, we aren't offering anything more than vague amounts of content. Should probably like just close this.
Oh, do you know what I need?
Do you
Something that's like a marshmallow.
You mean a marshmallow?
No. Nah, it's fine. It's too hard. But a marshmallow, no,
Or
it's
like
not
a
necessary.
packing peanut, maybe?
Wait, no. I got this. If they go here...
Danny was worried when you said blue tack that it was about to be used as a substitute for thermal paste or something similarly ghastly.
No. If I was going to do that, it'd be like... what would I use instead of thermal paste if I had to? Vaseline?
Yeah, probably. That might work as a vague approximation for thermal paste.
It'd probably get warm and run away though.
Yeah, you can't use a petroleum jelly. It would have to be a silicate gel.
What if we... Okay, no, alright, I got this.
God.
So you know this, the little packets of shit that come in your biscuits so that they don't get moist?
Yeah.
So if you like mortar and pestle some of those down, but build a border of blue tack around the edge that keeps them in place.
I hate it so much. No.
What do you think, Danny? Would that work?
No.
Because you build the blue tack border to keep
I
it in.
hate it. No, stop. Shut up. No. No more.
But blue tack border.
Gosh, I don't know if chat's catched up yet to your horrible plan if you think silica gel.
Hey, you started it.
I did, but you thoroughly killed it.
Well, yeah. Welcome to...
The most delicious of thermal buffers.
that might not reach.
Hippie Herb 2, who I assume is
Suzy.
Suzy. Strong assumption there. Suggest a cable tie border, perhaps?
Not...
No, I think this
No,
is
it needs to have some
I think
squish.
this is a job for glue tack.
Yeah.
Gosh, we've hit the point where my body is just continuously unhappy with me.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Don't worry.
No, I don't mean for time. I mean for... It's probably because of having to put up with my garbageness.
Nah. It is literally just time. How do I... Is there an easy way to just create a second instance of this, of the chat tab? Silica gel is the universal flavor packet.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, so this is how you mount your SSDs, alright? So you get 4 of them, and you plug them all into a thing, and they'll just sit there, and it'll be fine. No worries, mate.
Hayden says some combination of WD-40 and duct tape is the optimal solution to the problem.
See, I wondered whether or not like a pool of WD-40 might...
Oh, no. Gosh, I didn't think it could get worse, but thanks for proving me wrong.
This isn't gonna reach. I don't want to have to go over the top.
I'll fix this when I get back, so that I can also have a version of the chat.
Alright, oh, it might reach. Yeah, this will be fine. Oh, it's tight, but it reaches. It's fine. No worries. 4 SSDs, that's how you mount them. In before 404. Okay. This one. Do I need that one? I don't think I need that one. That can go in there to get plugged in. That's going there, that's going there. And that's pretty much cabled, TBH. I can't believe I just said TBH. I've never said that one out loud before, and that makes me feel really bad. Turn WD-40 into place. There you go. Bye. Bye, Maddie. Bye. I probably missed you, but bye. Alright. In. Oh, what the heck are you? And why are you all the way down there? That's not ideal. Bummer. It doesn't have to be there. That's just what I chose to do because it made sense at the time. So let's cut that off. Yoink, yoink. Chop, chop. Chop. And then this can go that way.
Gosh, bodies suck. Why do we have them again?
So that you can let them hit the floor. So that's a really obscure song reference that you're not going to understand.
No, I know it.
Oh.
I used to play WoW.
Yeah, okay. I'll pay that.
That's how my SSD is mounted, and it hasn't gone wrong. I don't know what that's in reference to. Mad Denny says...
My sick SSD mounting in here. Like, check it out.
Yep. Oh, yeah, the pile on the floor. Mad Denny says cable tie the double WD-40 into place. And Aussie Shadow says, I gotta go. Love y'all. Bye!
Wait.
This gun is heavy.
Gosh, I understand exactly why you think I wouldn't know that reference, but I almost feel insulted that you think I wouldn't know that reference.
It's a Manson song or something, isn't it?
It's something I don't know anything about the song other than the fact that it is.
Yeah, see, I forgot it was a WoW meme.
That it was like a WoW meme.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That's the sum total of my knowledge of that song. Okay. That's annoying. They count as the same instance, so I can have both present, but Hayden says drowning pool, right? Question mark.
Oh, maybe.
And then Bradles agrees, so apparently it's by someone called Drowning Pool. Is that big enough for you to read when I'm not here, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're almost ready to turn it on, believe it or not. And then once it's turned on, assuming it boots, we might call it a day.
Gasp.
But you did pinch my monitor I was going to plug it into.
I didn't pinch that monitor. Suzy did. I mean, you can just take that monitor back. Once you don't need the whatchamacallit.
Chat.
Well, it was mostly there for... I can only think of the word fold back, but I don't know what the video equivalent of fold back is.
We were calling it lockpicking lawyer cam.
Yeah.
Close-up cam monitoring.
Monitoring, that's what I was looking for. Someone called Shay SSB says, "Hey Pixel Bar, when do you guys host Smash tournaments? Monday."
Every single Monday.
I should not sound so derisive.
The Smash Tourneys have become atmospherically so much better since we just dedicated the shop to it.
Sure. I don't know. It's definitely not my thing. So.
No, of course not. And but like having gotten to know like a bunch of the Smash nerds and stuff, it's actually just nice not having to jam them all in the back of the shop all the time now, and kind of just let everybody be and do. It works really well.
They say, damn, I just turned 18, but I still got school to deal with.
Soz, that's a problem for a few people. We start reasonably late, so ours starts at 7, and if you are any good, you can be here until 11 some days. But if you want to even just come in for Ammies, not even Ammies, friendlies beforehand. Like people rock up from like 4:30 and just sort of hang around and play friendlies all the time before. So even if you want to just come down for that, feel free.
Spruik, plug.
Well, not really. There's probably not really any profit in it for us, but just it's a nice community to kind of get in on. And
No, it still counts as spruiking and plugging.
I suppose. EBS starts a lot earlier if you want to go to Tuesdays, but you've probably been doing that anyway. That's it. Let's plug it in. Let's see if it works, shall we?
Sure.
I mean, I say that's it, but there's a big part of me that feels like there's something obviously missing, because though that took forever.
Let's just chat. Did we forget anything important?
Don't say to mount my SSDs.
You guys got an info page or website or something?
For the Smash event, sort of. There may be a Smash event on the Facebook page, but we don't post the bracket until Saturdays these days for sign-ups. But you can always sign up on the spot. But the TLDR info is every Monday. The doors open at 4. Bracket starts at 7.
There you go.
And if you want to know any more than that, if you're in the OzSmash Discord, or is it Vic Smash? I can't remember. But the one that lists all the tournaments and stuff, harass P9 is the person to talk to about Mondays. But yeah, otherwise, you can shoot us a Facebook message or a Discord message, and I'll get the proper deets for you at a time when I don't have too many computers on the bench.
Okay. That Smash Bros. Discussion aside, Mad Danny, explosion noises. I don't know. I trust Sean's assembly skill enough to assume that there's not going to be any spectacular explosions. Although I did say last night that my goal was to distract Sean during the creation process sufficiently that we might get some kind of spectacular failure. I don't think I've achieved that. I failed in that goal. But if it does explode, I'll do a little, like a mock, like, oh no. Gosh.
Are we taking bets on if it's going to explode?
No, Danny just posted in the chat explosion noises. And I mentioned the thing that I was doing, which in my head was, if I could cause you to be distracted enough that you fuck up building this enough that you actually break something, I'll consider it a win.
I think it'd be really hard to fuck up, like, it's a hard fuck up this sort of thing.
But yeah, I totally agree. It would be a ridiculous mistake for you to make, given I assume you have a similar level of just like ingrained good practices as I have. Oh gosh, internal organs suck. Ah! Chat, help. When did I take ibuprofen last? I'm pretty sure it was towards the start of the stream. Maybe I'm good for a second dose. Huh? Powerboard on the... there it is.
thoughts are. Yeah.
Bye.
That's worrying.
What's worrying?
Nothing.
Oh, I'm excited. I don't know if this power board is on or not.
There it is. It just the light isn't glowing.
Ah.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, go. Power.
Well, I had some fans turn on. Or at least something.
And off again.
Yeah. Oh, I see a light. I hear fans again.
So much quieter than the old machine.
Yes. It's almost as if these fans are designed for cooling a computer down. Unlike a radiator, which is designed for cooling an engine down.
Posts.
Hmm?
They're posts.
Nice. Blah. Chat, I failed. I didn't distract Sean enough to blow up his computer.
It's not happy with video drivers, but that does make sense. This is the video card that I've been concerned about.
Hmm.
But it did previously have an AMD card in it, so let's find out. Come on. Device.
Device.
Oh, I hate you. Oh, and I hate this mouse. Awesome. All right, we're going well. Device manager. Display adapter. That is incorrect. Update. Ooh, you somehow have Wi-Fi. That's interesting. Oh yeah, I suppose this has been here before. Let's put some Wi-Fi antennas in. Well, internet, we're at that point where I think there is really only boring things left for me to do now. Hey, look at that. It's just mounted the iSCSI drive because it used to do that too.
Ah, good old iSCSI.
Let's get rid of you. Let's go into here. Update, search. Microsoft Basic, that's not ideal. A cool tool that exists, just in case people don't know about it, is called DDU. It's Display Driver Uninstaller. Does a considerably better job than just uninstalling your video drivers, and actually cleans all the crap out of your registry and stuff. But yeah, I reckon that's us. Thank you everybody for tuning in, and oh, hang on. Check out the Facebook page, then cheers. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, bye everybody. Thanks for keeping us company while I just spend
You actually want me to prepare closing the stream?
Yeah, I reckon that's a wrap. Unless anybody's got anything they want to add, but I doubt it.
Oh, thanks so much for coming and hanging out and keeping us company. Gosh,
Where's the download button?
it's been a time. Says Hayden. I think that's how you pronounce that. Okay, let's do an awkward wave to the camera, Sean.
Bye, camera.